All right. Okay. Looks like we are already fully connected. That was quick. Big fan of it working that easy. I'm gonna check volume levels and then we'll get going. Yep, you can already hear that. I'm gonna check volume levels and then we'll get going. Okay. Let me pretend to do that.
Subtitle B, Water, Wildlife, and
Oh, that is loud
Fisheries.
for me.
SEC, 80,201. Rescission of funds for investing in coastal communities and climate resilience.
Wait, is this 400 something? No, this is 600 something. Oceanic atmospheric. Oh, yeah, okay. That's why I stopped. Surface water storage enhancement. I read some of this. Yeah, it's all the different springs. Uh-oh. It looks like I don't exactly remember where I stopped. National Park Service funds. That's fucked up. Celebrating America's 250th anniversary by spending, yeah, you know, a casual $150 million, even though our veterans sleep on the streets. Sure, that's a great use of money. Hi, welcome back. I guess I'm already starting, just out of habit. Let me start recording. There we go. All right. Let me find where we were last time. Contracts for Bureau, BLM, Bureau of Land Management, not the Black Lives Matter movement. Timber production, I remember as well. I think I might be getting out a little bit ahead, but I usually like starting with like a specific section so that way I can kind of remember where things are. Realty action requirements. Valuation of land for potential disposal. Interesting. Sale. Yeah, okay, I remember some of this. I feel like I might have made it to the 680s now that I realize. I might be skipping over a bit by accident here. Okay, I'm just gonna start here because that seems about new, and we're finally out of the like Department of Natural Resources area, even though this isn't a DNR section. Cool. All right. How am I? Am I in frame? Okay, I am in frame. That's just wonderful. All right, let me see. I got control. All right. Okie doke. Okay. All right, so welcome back to the YouTube folks watching. It will be as if I never left. But for me in real life, I think it's been like either 5 days or a week since I beat Fallout 4 and made it to the late 600s in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act document, which has once again passed the United States House of Representatives and is now on to the Senate. Then it would pass all of Congress collectively, and then it would end up on the president's desk. I remember researching for a moment that were this to pass, it would have to pass in a perfectly unchanged form, meaning every single policy to a T in this document, to the letter, will be exactly the same if it passes. So if we hear about this bill passing in the next month or two, it will be this exact copy of the bill. There's no way that they can rewrite an entire new one and get it revised through the House and the Senate. So right now, as of June 2nd, 2025, happy Pride Month, trans rights. As of this time period, June 2nd, 2025, this bill is making its way to the Senate to be voted on by the Senate, and were it to pass, again, it would go to the president's desk. And then it would be the executive branch's job to implement it into a law, to execute on that and make it law and treat it as such. So that is what we are currently facing. Here is the premise. So in the previous streams, the kind of challenge / joke is that I'm speedrunning a game while listening to a very long government document that no one else would read under normal circumstances. And the point is, you know, if I beat the game, I get to take some time off of streaming and come back to it when I have more energy, which I did successfully do. Again, I cannot believe I beat Fallout 4 in like 18 hours, which so far I think the total number of hours for the stream itself has been more like 21. But now we are on page 676. I think I skipped like 10 or 15 pages of stuff that I kind of read at the very end, but I didn't memorize very well. I'm going to start in a new section, and here's the breakdown for how this is going to go. Today, as you can see, I am playing The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Not many people might know this, but I am a big Nintendo fan. I like Nintendo video games. I've played Nintendo consoles for like my entire life. I love these games dearly. I own this game in about 5 different versions, because I liked it that much, and I'm sure with Tears of the Kingdom I will somehow own it in multiple versions. I bought this when I was a teenager, I believe in 2017, so I was about to graduate high school, I think. And I think this came out in 2017. Yeah, it did come out in 2017. I was getting done with high school. I had like part-time work money. I could not afford a Nintendo Switch, but what I did already have was a Wii U. And so I went into a physical GameStop, which I hate GameStop nowadays. I went into a physical GameStop. I bought the dang game on disc like months after it had released. Months and months after it had released. Because I needed to come up with the $50 or $60 to buy it. And I played this entire game on my Nintendo Wii U, which of course I am currently using to play and stream right now. And I'm pretty sure I functionally 100%ed it with the DLC. Aside from the Korok seeds, I'm pretty sure I got every single shrine, I got every single bit of stamina and heart you could possibly get, and I've replayed this game several times with the DLC. You know, though, I've never played Master Mode. I'm not going to do that here. I'm just going to make a new game again. It would be funny to play Master Mode on stream, but I think it'll be more interesting to kind of speed run in a normal mode. So, I've got the game loaded up. This isn't necessarily a speed run. In fact, I will pause the game many times, I imagine, as I finish this document to just focus on actually reading. Because now that I've beaten the initial challenge, I'm just here to learn and be well read and do the thing that no one else is doing in my mind. I made a post about it onto the YouTube channel comments. YouTube posts is what I did. I used my post feature to link that video of the Texas state representative. I think his name might have been Mike Flood. I think he was a representative, not a senator. That video of him admitting that he just hasn't read the document, and he didn't know that there would be, that it would grant the executive branch the power to disregard court injunctions if they don't give them essentially an opportunity to bail out and pay out having to actually abide by being in contempt of court and the injunctions that they would put onto them. I posted that clip of that that representative being like, well, you know, I'm going to be honest, I didn't know. It's like, okay, then don't vote. Don't vote on bills you haven't read. That's horrible. So here's what we're going to do. Once again, in the top left, you can see I have the bill pulled up in Microsoft Word. I turned it from a PDF into a Word document, and then I use Microsoft Word's text-to-speech thing to read it aloud to me while I play a video game, where I will stop and pay attention and document my thoughts and reflections as I read. This is not a high-stakes speed run. I do not have to beat Zelda. I will actually probably just enjoy my time and chill while listening and playing. And I will, you know, pause the game and listen to the document, because that is my priority moving forward. With that in mind, I will go ahead and start the document, and I will start Zelda 2. New game. Here we go. Oh, but will it read aloud? This is a super jank stream. Getting all these things to work at once is so hard.
The exact acreage and legal doc. The description of a parcel of federal land.
All right, here we go.
Under paragraph 3, shall be determined by a survey. Satisfactory to the Secretary. 5. Compliance with local planning and zoning laws before carrying out a sale of COV. Aired federal land under subsection A. Washoe. County shall submit to the Secretary a certification that any entity selected to purchase covered federal Land through a competitive bidding
Link,
process
wake
under
up, Link.
subsection.
Hey, shout out
D1
the
has agreed to comply with
the new Legend of Zelda series or movie that they're coming out with. They're
A,
considering
Washoe
a
County
trans
zoning
actor
ordinances,
to play
and
Zelda,
B,
and she
any
looks
master
exactly
plan for
like
the
fucking
area
Zelda.
approved
She
by
looks
Washoe
exactly like
County
Zelda.
or
She
region.
looks like a mix of
6,
Twilight Princess and
postponement.
Skyward Sword Zelda,
Exclusion from sale done.
kind of flawlessly.
At the request
And
of
frankly,
Washoe
I never
County,
gave a shit if
the
she was
secretary
trans, and also I didn't
shall
notice because she
postpone or
passes
exclude
just too
from
fucking
sale
well.
all or a portion of the federal land described in subsection A. C. Affordable housing dot.
Okay, affordable
1.
housing.
Determination regarding suitability. For affordable housing, not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this title.
Federal lands.
Secretary shall conduct a review of the additional.
So federal lands
land to
include like
determine
the Bureau of Land
suitability
Management,
Title federal
and really any
for
land that's
affordable
personally
housing.
owned by the federal government.
2. Authorization upon the request of a state or local governmental entity and subject to valid existing rights. The Secretary shall make the additional federal land available at less than fair market value for affordable housing.
Hey, you know, I don't even-
accordance with Section
This
7
happens sometimes in
B
this
of
document
the
where I'm like,
Southern
yeah, that's
Nevada
good.
Public
I like that.
Land Management Act of 1998.
I don't think it's too wrong
Public
to
Law
use
105.
available lands that don't have a lot of existing biodiversity on them to develop them into affordable housing. I'm all about that. I just know that according to this document, they would most
D,
likely,
appraisals and
they
method
haven't
of
said it yet,
sale
but they would
dot.
most likely
1.
make the building
Method of
contractors
sale
a
of the
super
sale
private
or
company
exchange
um,
of any lands
to help them
under
make
this
as much money
section
as
shall
possible.
be A. Through a competitive bidding process. B. Except as provided in subsections B3 and C for not less than fair market.
Yep, for not
Value
less than.
in accordance with paragraphs 2 and 3 and C subject to valid existing rights. 2. Appraisals, any sales or exchanges car. Readout under this section shall be for not less than fair market value based on an appraisal that is conducted in accordance with A. The Uniform Appraisal Standards for
Right, so there's two
federal
competing
land
interests here. You want to make the
and
housing developers, the
B.
private housing
The
developers that you're
uniform
definitely trying to
standards
help,
of profession.
these
Appraisal
people,
practice.
the right wing, want to
3.
make those
Mass
people money,
appraisals
but they also
not
want to make the
later than
government
2
money,
years
so
after
it's
the date of the
complicated.
enactment of this title, and every 5 years thereafter, the Secretary shall A.
Trousers?
Conduct a mass appraisal of eligible land to be sold or exchanged under this section. B. Prepare an evaluation analysis for each land transaction under this section.
Nothing.
And C. Make available to the public the results of the
Nothing.
mass appraisals conducted under sub. Paragraph A. E.
Nothing.
Costs of conveyance. Any
I don't
entity
think there's
selected to
ever anything in these.
purchase covered federal land or additional federal
Shame.
land under this section shall pay all costs.
All right, we run in, we jump
associated
in.
with the
My controls are set
sale.
up right.
F. Disposition of proceeds. The proceeds from the sale of additional federal land and covered federal
I should play the game in
land
Japanese
required under this
because maybe
section
it'll help me
shall
like
be
pay attention better
deposited
or
in
something. No, but
general
I
fund of the
love
treasury.
Zelda's voice actor in this
G.
game.
Map and
I
legal
think her voice is
description.
great.
1. In general,
In
not
English, like,
later
it's
than
great.
2 years after the date of enactment of
Once
this
again,
title,
Nintendo,
the
I own this
Secretary
game for the Nintendo
shall
Wii U.
finalize the maps
I
and
own the
legal
DLC for Wii
descriptions
U. I own
additional
a copy
federal
for the
land
Switch,
covered federal
and
land.
I own
These sold under the section.
the Hyrule
Two,
Warriors
controlling
game, except the
document.
modern
In the
one,
case
the Age of Calamity. I own
a
that, which is
discrepancy
actually
between the
fire.
maps
I
and
just haven't
legal
finished it because I'm lazy.
Tie-ins finalized under paragraph 1.
I own this game in
the
like
map
5
shall
different versions
Control. 3.
because it's just
corrections. The
good,
Secretary and Washoe
and I like playing
County,
it in every
by
way.
mutual
I have Tears of the
agreement,
Kingdom too,
may
but
correct minor
I think it doesn't make
more
sense to
than
play
maps
Tears of the
or
Kingdom
the
if I haven't
legal
played Breath of the Wild on the
descriptions
channel.
finalized. Under paragraph 1. 4. Map on filed, the maps and legal descriptions finalized under paragraph 1 shall
So again,
be
they're just talking
kept
about
on
what to
file
do with
and
federal
available
lands.
for public inspection.
I don't know if you,
Each appropriate
depending on
office
what
of the
federal
Bureau
lands
of
means,
Land
which I'm not an
Management.
expert on.
Agement. H.
This game is
Rule
so
of
peak. Sorry,
construction. Nothing in this.
this game is just
SEC.
so peak.
Tie-in shall be construed
I,
as
when they say
authorizing
federal lands, like there's no way that they mean
any
like
lands
national parks.
administered by the National Park
Oh,
Service.
oh no,
1.
no!
Definitions. In this section. 1. Additional federal land. The term Additional federal
Should be
land
treated authorizing the
means
conveyance of any
federal
lands.
land.
Yeah, okay. None of
Identified
this
as USFS
is the national
land for
parks. They're
disposal
clarifying.
only for
Good,
AS.
good. Thank God.
Portable housing
My
on the
question then
map
is, what
entitled
federal
Washoe
lands are not national
County
park?
land
Bureau of Land
disposals,
Management land?
and dated February 7th, 2025. 2. Covered federal land. The term
Well,
COV.
I guess I could just learn more.
Aired federal land means USFS land for dis. Posal on the map entitled Washoe County land. Disposal and dated February 7th, 2025.
What does disposal
SEC,
land mean too? Like, I don't know.
80,317. Federal land in Utah. A. Conveyance of Bureau of Land Manage. Meant land TO
Got a lizard that
covered
makes me
entity,
faster?
not later than 180
Got a beetle that makes me
days
stronger?
after the date of enactment of this title.
I'm gonna need these tree
Secretary
branches. They're gonna be
shall
so
convey
important.
to the covered entity all right, title, and enter. Est of the United States.
I don't know how much I like the automatic read aloud female voice compared to the guy voice, but I think I'm paying more attention to her.
1. Subject to valid existing
I hope there's not some sexist psychology underneath that,
for
but
not less
could
than
be.
fair market value based on an appraisal that is conducted in accordance with A. The
Hello,
Uniform
old man.
Appraisal Standards for
And he's gonna
federal
yell at me
land
for this.
acquisitions, and B. The Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. C. Costs of conveyance. The covered entity shall pay all costs.
Okay, also
associated with
notably, because I'm
conveyance
just playing this for fun,
Required
I'm
under
not like
subsection
paying attention
A.
to the story.
D. Proceeds
I mean,
from
I've played this and
conveyance.
interacted with
Proceeds
so much dialogue in this
from the
game before,
conveyances
like
required under subsection
and to some
A
degree, when
shall
I do
be
playthroughs like
deposited in
this,
the general
especially for
fund
like a
of the
Nintendo
treasury.
game where they could get super
E,
pissy at me,
map and
I
legal
don't want to
description
like
doc.
spoil the
1.
entire
In
game.
general, not
I'm just
later
gonna
than
play it my way.
120 days. After the date of enactment
Korok,
of this title,
number 1.
the SEC.
I guess they're
shall
relevant.
finalize the maps and legal descriptions of the covered land to be conveyed under this SEC. 2. Controlling document in the case of a discrepancy between the maps and legal descript. Tie-ins finalized under paragraph 1. The map shall control. 3. Corrections. The
I really hate how in
Secretary and COV
the next game all
aired
these
entity
items are
by
decayed and
mutual
useless.
agreement may correct minor errors in the maps or the legal descriptions finalized. Under paragraph 1. 4. Map unfiled, the maps and legal doc. Descriptions finalized under paragraph 1.
I
shall
realized
be
one of the most
kept on
agonizing
file
parts
and
of reading it like
available
this
for
is
public
that
inspection in each appropriate office
because
of
it's
the
in bill
Forest
format.
Service. F. Rule of
Uh-oh, Zelda
construction.
wants me to go somewhere.
Nothing in this SEC.
Because it's in bill
Line
format,
shall
the
be construed
auto
as
read thing
authorizing the
constantly
conveyance
reads
of
the end of a line and
any
splits
lands
up words, and
administered by
it
the
makes it
National
hard to
Park
listen to.
Service. G. Definitions. In this section, 1. Covered entity. The term covered N. Titty means the following. A. Beaver County,
The hell did I just put
Utah,
there?
with respect to covered land depicted on the map entitled Beaver County Land Conveyance and dated 20th March 8th, 2025. B. The City of St. George, Utah, with respect to covered land depicted on the map enti. TLED City of St. George, Utah, land convey. Ants and dated March 28th, 2025. C. Washington County, Utah, with respect to covered land depicted on 1. The map entitled Washington County Land Conveyance.
Oh no.
East half.
Leave me
and
alone. Leave me
dated
alone.
April 11th,
Leave
2025.
me alone.
And 2. The map entitled Washington County
I get it.
Land
We're talking about
Conveyance,
maps.
West half. And dated April 9th, 2025. D. Washington County Water Conser. Vancy District.
Oh
with
man, I
respect
need
to
a better.
covered land
I need
depth.
several better items.
Picked on the map entitled Washington County. Water Conservancy District Land Conveyance. And dated
Harry
March
Club.
27th,
Get wrecked.
2025. 2. Covered land. The term covered land means the
You know what I like
following.
in this game? I rarely
on
ever
the
had
map
to buy
entitled
healing and
Beaver
food
County.
items because I could
Land
always just
conveyance
forage them.
And dated March 8th,
Big fan of that.
2025. The following parcels. 1.
Ah, free
the
food.
Approximately
Huge.
10.32 acre stuff. Picked as parcel 1. 2.
Okay,
the
I'm gonna go throw this
approximately
at some
10.81 acres stuff.
Coblin.
Picked as parcel 2. 3. The approximately 40.83 acres. depicted as Parcel 3. B on the map entitled
You know what I'm gonna
City
do?
of ST.
Just to make my
George,
life easier,
Utah,
and if I
land
want to,
conveyance, and dated 3rd March
everything is
28,
chaos in here.
2025, the following parcels.
Okay.
The approximately
Whoa. So wait. It's going by.
203.37 acres.
It's going through
Depicted as airport.
actual individual parcels. What's the plan? Washington County covered lands. The term covered lands means the following. Covered entity means the following. Covered land depicted on the map. Rule of construction. Nothing in the section shall be construed to conveyance. So covered lands are going to be lands that cannot be built on. These include airports and acres of different parcels according to some map. Okay, the specifics in the question then is going to be, are they leaving out any important parts of these federal areas? Arsenic plant? Gunlock. Do I not know what a gunlock is? Yeah, so speaking of which, I'm going to get my phone out, and when I want to Google stuff, instead of getting out all of my my keyboard, my wireless keyboard and all this other crap, I'm just going to use my phone. I'm going to look for it. I don't know where it is. Ugh. Found it. Wow, that took so much time and was so complicated. Okay, so now I can just Google stuff while I read instead of having to worry about pausing and switching tabs on my computer and all this crap. I'm just going to Google stuff. It has stopped reading for some reason. I would like to go back to reading. B
on the map
Thank you.
entitled City of ST. George, Utah, land conveyance, and dated 3rd March 28, 2025, the following parcels. 1. The approximately 203.37 acres, depicted as airport. 2. The approximately 16.48 acres staff, picked as Brigham Road. 3. The approximately 9.57 acres staff,
Okay.
picked as Curly
So
Hollow.
first up, well, what is a
4.
federal land?
The approximately
Federal
11.52
lands.
acres, depicted as DeVario
What
site.
does that mean? It looks
5.
like BLM. I'm
The
seeing a map, and it
approximately
definitely looks like BLM.
105.55 acres, depicted as Graveyard
Federal government
Dam.
owns and manages 640 million
The
acres of land, which is
approximately
28% of the
4.88
entire United
acres
States.
staff, picked as
4 major
Gunlock
federal
Arsenic Plant.
agencies overlook it: the
7.
Bureau of Land
The
Management, the
approximately
Forest Service, Fish and
1.17
Wildlife, and
acres
National
staff,
Park Service.
picked as Gunlock
So,
Filter Station.
they're saying they
8.
won't
The
touch
approximately
national parks,
0.92
which
acres,
means they're likely
depicted
going
as
to use
Gunlock number
Forest
1.
Service,
9.
Bureau of Land
The
Management, and Fish and
approximately
Wildlife land.
0.92 acres staff,
And I imagine most of that
picked
is probably
as
going to be
Gunlock
BLM.
number
So I was
2.
right about that. By the way,
10.
what is a
The
gunlock?
approximately 0.92 acres staff,
Uh-oh, my document's crashing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I pissed it off.
picked as Gunlock number 3.
Gunlock. What the hell's a gun? It's
11.
like, I mean, is a
The
gunlock just what I think it is?
approximately
Gunlock State
0.92
Park.
acres staff, picked as Gunlock number 4.
These are just places in a
12.
state park.
The approximately 0.
But these are covered areas. These are places that they will not touch,
picked
as far as I
Gunlock
understand.
number 5. 13.
Based on my
The
reading of it, that's what I'm
approximately
understanding.
0.92 acres, depicted as Gunlock,
Gunlock
number
number
6.
6. All right, you know what? I'm going to be
14.
completely real.
The
I'm going to
approximately
skip through this and read it
0.9
manually. It'll be easier. Dang, 900 acres. Well, wait. So it said not to assume that anything referred into this meant that they'd be taking from state parks. I'm sorry, national parks. Actually, I don't remember which one it was. I'm pretty sure it's national parks. Is what they're doing here? Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of acres. Director of Bureau of Land Management. 11 3,000 acres? So let me verify for the 15th time that I'm really understanding this. Rule of construction. Nothing in this section shall be construed as authorizing the conveyance of any land administered by the National Park Service. Okay, so 0 of the national parks will be touched, which means that all of these are not national parks stuff. These are federal lands that are being promised not to be touched. Now, here's the thing. This is only like a few hundred acres, right? A few thousand acres. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to do the math manually, but you know, the end one was like 3,000. I'm seeing lots of hundreds, like 3 and 600. I'm seeing like, you know, 10 or 15 of those. I don't know. This is like less than 10,000, but clearly more than 1,000 acres. Maybe more like less than 5,000, more than 1,000. I don't know. I'm not adding it all up, but we know the scale is definitely looking like it's less than 1,000 acres. I'm sorry, less than 10,000 acres. So if those are all the places that are guaranteed and covered, then how much really is federal lands? So those are all the places that they're promising not to touch. But how much federal lands do we have in the U.S.? 640 million acres? I'm sure most of that is like plain that can't be used or rocky areas that can't be used, but like you're only setting aside the national parks, which could be a giant portion of that 640 billion acres for all I know. How about this? How about I just look at how much is BLM land? I'm gonna do that just to restrict and not look at that. Still 240 something million acres is BLM land, and they're only committing to not touch like less than 10,000 of those 240 something million acres. So that's a... Okay, I don't know. I'd like to know more specifics on that. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Oh, I remember this. This is the one that has a bunch of actual tables in it, which are going to be terrible to read. Well, once it gets to the numbers, I will pause again. No. And one of the focuses for this stream moving forward is to make sure I don't.
Title 9.
Oh, I
Committee
should
on
really
Oversight
change the title of this
and
stream.
Government Form SEC 90,000.
I'm just going to change the name
Increase
to
in
reading the
FERS
bill.
employee contribution. Requirements. Section 8422.
FERS? Is that
A3
federal employee something?
Title 5. United States
I have to
Code
Google more shit.
is amended. 1.
Wow,
in
why'd you say it like
subparagraph
that? What the hell?
A, by amending the table to read as follows. Employee
Federal
7th
Employee
January
Retirement
1st,
System? So it's like para.
1987 to
It's like a
December
federal version of a
31st,
state retirement system for
1998.
teachers, except for federal employees.
7.25 January 1st, 1999.
KKK. Employee, congressional employee member. These are all numbers. I'm not sure what they mean. Amended. And one of the things that sucks is they don't show you the original state code that they're touching. On the Congress website for this document, they do regularly link to any U.S. code that they're mentioning that they're going to change. Oh, you know, I realized I need to bring this computer way closer to me so I can see the screen better. Let me verify that I didn't just kill half of the stream by doing that. No, okay, link is still moving. Nuclear materials courier. Customs and Border Patrol officers. Is this improving their retirement or worsening their retirement? Firefighter members of the Capitol Police. Supreme Court Police. Wow, there are so many subcategories of police. I already knew that, but like that's interesting to see. Okay, requirements. 2002, whatever, 7.5. Is amended. Contribution requirements. What are these numbers? I wish I could see the original. 7.58. Law enforcement officers. What are these numbers? Are these percentage of your yearly income that you're forced to pay into the system? I'm gonna have to pull up the actual document. Okay, it's HR 1 something. HR 1 Okay, let me scroll the hell down to contribution requirements. Contribution requirements. Okay, Title IX, which is 9, I think. But Title 9 has another meaning federally, but whatever. IX, 1 less than 10, right? I can't read Latin. I've decided that. Contribute. Oh, wow, that sucks. Requirements. Okay, there's only 2. Amending the table to read as follows. 7.5. It'd be nice if it would show me the original table so I can understand what these numbers mean. I guess someone who's involved in this would know what these numbers mean. I'm going to guess that those numbers mean percentage of annual income contributed to the retirement system plan. Yeah, I'm not finding it easily, and we need to get back to reading, so. There's going to be a lot of we need to get back to reading going on because we need to get back to reading. Okay, I'm going to jump through these tables. Elimination of FERS annuity supplement. I don't know what the hell an annuity is. But I need to focus on getting through the reading, though, instead of just Googling every single thing I hear and see. The issue is I can only learn so many new words in one reading of something.
SEC 90,002. Elimination of FERS annuity supplement. A.
Oh, I need to head this way
Section
for Zelda.
8421A of Title 5, United States Code is amended. 1. In paragraph 1 by inserting separated from service under Section 8425 foot after individual, and 2. In paragraph 2 by inserting separated.
This is a lot to pay
From
attention
service
to all
under
at once.
Section
This game is kind of busy.
8425
But it's one of these games that I
after
think I can play without
individual.
thinking.
B.
Like I should be able to
applicability.
just
The
play it
amendments
without doing
made
a lot
by
of
this
thinking and just
section
focusing.
shall not apply with respect to any individual entity pled to an annuity supplement under Section 8421 of Title
Annuity, I hear
5,
an in it, which means
United
like
States
annual,
Code,
maybe?
prior to the date of the enactment of this act. SEC
Ow! That hurt.
90,003.
Stop this.
Hi. 5 average pay for calculating CSRS and FERS pension. A. CSRS Section 8331
Perish.
4 of Title 5, United States Code is amended to read as follows. 4. Average pay means
Arrows, nice.
A. Except as provided under subpara. Graph B. The largest annual rate resulting from averaging an employee's
Alright, during this
or
cutscene, I'll
members'
Google what an annuity
rates
is.
of basic pay in effect over any 3 consecu. 5 years of creditable
Annuity.
service, or, in the case of, an annuity under subsection D or E1 of
Contract with
Section
an insurance company that
8341
provides a
of this
stream of
title
income
based on service of
used for retirement planning.
less than 3 years.
Convert the
over
lump sum into a
total
regular
service.
income. Okay, so they're talking
Each rate
about
weighted by the time it was in effect. And B.
largest annual rate resulting high 5 average pay for calculating CSRS and FERS pension. I would love to talk to a federal employee that's older that actually knows how this is going to work for them so they could give me some insight, but they are eliminating something that helped people get more regular income out of their retirement. So they're unsurprisingly fucking over federal retirement. Cool. Who knew?
B. Applicability. The amendments made by this.
Okay.
Section
Wow, I'm
shall
so
not
surprised.
apply
The
with respect to any individual
the
entity
document that hates
pled to
people
an
having
annuity
income is
supplement
fucking
under
over people's
Section
income. I can't believe it.
8421 of Title 5, United States Code, prior to the date of the enactment of this act. SEC 90,003. Hi. 5 average pay for calculating CSRS and FERS pension. A. CSRS Section 8331 4 of Title 5, United States Code is amended to read as follows. 4. Average pay means A. Except as provided under subpara.
Why does
Graph
the voice
B,
say it like
the
that?
largest annual rate resulting from averaging an employee's or members' Rates of basic pay in effect over any 3 consecutive 5 years of creditable service, or, in the case of, an annuity under subsection
Basic pay in effect over
D
3 years.
or E1 of Section 8341 of this title based on service of less than 3 years over the total service, with each rate weighted by the time it was in effect, and B, with respect to an employee or MEM, BR who retires on
Try
or
to remember,
after
Link.
January 1st, 2027, other than an individual entitled to an annuity under subsection C or E of Section 8336, the largest annual rate resulting from averaging in employees or members' rates of basic pay in EF, effect over any 5 consecutive years of creditable service, or, in the case of an annuity under sub section D or E1
My controller is vibrating
of
like
Section
crazy. I would like it to chill.
8341 of this title, based on service of less than 5 years over the total service, with each rate weighted by the time it was in effect.
Excuse me, princess.
3 of Title 5, United States Code is amended to read as
I
follows.
gotta freaking fall down
3.
manually.
The term average pay means A, except as provided under subpara. Graph B, the largest annual rate resulting from averaging in employees or members. Rates of basic pay in effect over any 3 consecutive 5 years of service.
Any
or,
3?
in the case
What
of
does that
an
mean?
ITY under this chapter based on service of less than 3 years over the total service, with each rate weighted by the period it was in effect, and B, with respect to an employee or MEM, BR who retires on or after January 1st, 2027, other than an individual entitled to an annuity under subsection D or E of Section 8412, the largest annual rate resulting from averaging the employees or members' rates of basic pay in EF, effect over any 5 consecutive years of service, or, in the case of an annuity under this chapter, based on service of less than 5 years over the total service, with each rate weighted by the P. Riot it was in effect. C. Conforming amendment. Section
Give me the paraglider.
302A of the Federal Employees Retirement System Act of 1986. 5 U.S.C. 8331 note is amended by striking paragraph 6 and inserting the following.
I have to follow him to the
6A
top of this exact
for
hill to point out
purposes of
that
any
temple.
computation under paragraph 4 or 5, the average pay to be used shall be I.
Do you know
except as
one of the
provided under
things
clause
that
2,
makes me
the largest annual rate
exceptionally out of touch
the
with old
individual's
people?
rates of basic pay
I have zero
effect
intention
over
of retiring.
any 3 consecutive years of creditable service, or
And by that I mean I intend to
in the case
die
of an
before
annuity
having to
based
need
on
retirement
service
money.
less
So
than 3 years
I don't get a
over
lot of
the
this whole
total
Social
period
Security
of
crap.
service.
Like I don't really get it.
So creditable
I don't really get
with
caring
each
about it.
rate weighted by the
Like if I live long
period
enough
it
to be
was
able
in
to use
effect.
my Social Security, I'll just be happy to have
2,
lived that long.
with respect to an
I won't ask for any more.
individual
I could have died by
retires
then.
on or after January 1st,
I will cherish every moment, no matter how little money I get,
2027, an
because I
individual
really
entitled
would.
to an
It would be
annuity
impressive
under
for
sub
someone as sick as me to live that
section
long
D
and not have
or
died of
E
something by
of
then.
Section 8412 of
So I
Title
just I
5.
don't think about retirement. I don't
United
save for
States
retirement.
Code,
I have
the
a
largest
a
annual
state
rate
retirement plan that takes money out of my
resulting from
checks, which I
averaging
frankly
the
hate. I would rather
individual's
just get
rates
that
of
money now and live my life.
basic pay in effect over any 5 consecutive years of creditable service, or, in the case of an annual ITY based
So I'm
on
just like
service
super
of less
detached
than
on that
5
sort of
years
thing.
over the total period of service, so creditable, with each rate weighted by the period it was in EF. Fact B, for purposes of subparagraph A, service shall be considered creditable if it would be aired creditable for purposes of determining average pay under Chapter 83 or
So what? They're just
84
being
of
super
Title
detailed
5,
about what
United
average
States
pay means?
Code
Am I losing it?
SEC 90,004.
They care deeply about
Election
this.
for at-will employment and lower first contributions for new Fed. Errol Civil Service hires. A. Election. 1. In general. Subchapter I of Chapter 33 of Title 5 United States Code is amended by adding At the end the following. Section 3330G. Election for at-will
At-will employment. I hate the phrase at-will employment. At-will employment means I can fire you without cause for any reason. It also means you can quit without cause for any reason, but we all know that businesses can blacklist you, and you can lose credentials and licenses for quitting without notice. At-will employment is stupid. There's no real contract. It's like the anti-union concept. Like, no, you get no contract with your employer. Like, you don't even get a real employee contract.
employment and lower.
Election for at-will employment and lower FERS contribution for new federal civil service hires. I agree with more freedom to determine how much money you contribute to the retirement system. I don't know why a normal person would ever be chill with at-will, because you're like, what? Like, it's, I don't know. At-will is stupid. At-will is a very like a conservative anti-union idea.
A election dot. 1 in general dot.
At-will,
Subchapter
I have so many
33.
anti-work philosophies,
Title
but
V, United States
at-will
Code is amended
employment
by adding,
is
at
the
end
stupidest
the
thing.
following. Section
Because everybody knows
3330G.
that they ask for 2
Election
weeks
for
of
at-will
notice before you quit,
employment and lower.
and yet they'll quit you
First
with not even a
contributions.
day of notice if they want to,
Election dot.
and sometimes without
1
meaningful cause.
in general dot, not later than the last day of the probationary period, if any, for an individual initially appointed to a covered position after the date of the enactment of this section. Such individual 11th may make an irrevocable election to be
Irrevocable
employed on
election.
an at-will basis,
Forever?
subject to the
That you're at
requirements
will?
of this section. 2 failure to make election an individual who does not make the election under paragraph 1 shall be subject to the requirements of
Section 8422 A 3D.
B at-will employment, notwithstanding any
Holy shit, they're
other
even
provision of
explaining how
law,
bad at-will is.
including chapters 43 and 75 of this title, any individual who makes an affirmative election under subsection A1
So they can't
shall,
force you to be at-will.
1, be considered an at-will employee, and 2
May be subject to an adverse action up to including
and
removal
including
without
removal
notice
without
or
notice
rights to
or
appeal.
right to appeal.
Why would you
Appeal
ever
by the
be
head of
at
the
will?
agency
I
at which
hate
the
right to
Indian
work. I hate at-will employment.
individual
Right
is
to work and at-will
employed for
employment are the
good
same thing.
cause, bad cause, or no cause at all.
No
C,
cause at all. Why would you?
application of
Why?
other laws,
What is the
not
point
law.
of this?
Standing any other requirement
They
of this
just
section,
like
this
doing dumb
section
shit.
shall not be construed to reduce, extinguish, or otherwise affect any right or remedy available to any individual who elects to be an at-will employee under subsection A1 under any of the following provisions of law. 1. The protections relating to prohibited personal practices as that term is defined in section 2302. 2.
Huh.
The Congressional
Let me-
Accountability Act of 1995 in the case of employees of the legislative branch who are subject to this section. D. Covered position. In this section, the term covered position 1 means A. Any position in the competitive serve. ICE.
Oh.
A career appointee position.
No, go away. Go away.
Senior executive service. C. A position in the accepted service.
Eh.
And
Eh.
2
Eh.
does not include any position.
Get rocked.
A. Accepted from the
No.
competitive service because of its
I want that. Give me it.
confidential policy determining, policy making, or policy advocating character.
Covered positions in these sections are covered in mean in position in the competitive service. Accountability Act in the case of employees of the legislative branch who are subject to this section. The protection relating to prohibited personnel practices. Any position in the competitive service. Career appointee position in the senior executive service. It's amended by adding the following item relating to section 1303. Okay. Increase in FERS
B.
contributions.
Increase in FERS contributions section 8422A of Title 5 United States Code is amended by Act.
Now, isn't there?
ING
Yes,
at
there
the
is
end the
a.
following. D.
Oh,
the
dear.
applicable percentage under this paragraph for civilian service by any individual who elects not to be employed on an at-will basis under section 3330.
Oh, wait.
shall
Okay,
be
let's
equal
see.
to the percentage required under subparagraph C.
Increase in first contribution. Oh, so are they saying that if you're at will, you don't have to contribute to the retirement system? That's why? Someone explain like the reasoning for that exact specific compromise. Like, what is? Why? Why do it that way? We can only make it work mathematically. Oh, fuck off. I barely remember how to do this. Slam the door open. Nah, I'm getting that damn chest. I just don't remember how. Not sure what I need to make it work. I don't remember. Can't I just, like, set this here and then, like... Oh, isn't the chest metal? Yeah, I forgot. Come here. Thank you. Wait. So, the applicable increase in first contribution is amended by adding the applicable percentage under this paragraph of civilian service by any individual who elects not to be employed on an at will, so a normal contract employee, shall be equal to the percentage under this paragraph. Shall be equal to the percentage required under paragraph C. Increased by 5 percentage points. The section of the amendments made by the section shall apply to individuals initially appointed to positions in the civil service subject to such sections. Oh no, it's more legalism that I'm really struggling to read. 5 percentage points of what? Am I tripping? This is that problem with, like... Well, the truth is these documents don't explain them to you. You have to read them. But... So let's try to understand this. The applicable percentage under this paragraph for civilian service by an individual who elects not to be employed on an at-will basis shall be equal to the percentage required under paragraph C, increased by 5 percentage points. Increase in first contribution. Oh! If you choose not to be at will, if you choose... damn, this is so hard to say. If you choose to be a normal contract government employee, you have to pay 5% more into your retirement plan. Meaning they're disincentivizing normal people with bills to pay. They're disincentivizing those people to be contract, making them easier to fire, but generating less for the retirement system, thereby fucking over everyone who doesn't elect. Bad? I think bad. I mean, it's obvious that this is an attempt to encourage people to go crazy and be at will.
SEC 90,005.
I always like watching
Filing
this
fee for
the first time you get a
Systems Protection.
spirit orb.
Board claims and appeals.
Or whatever.
A in general
Because it's
Section
really detailed and Link has an
7701
interesting
of
reaction.
Title 5, United States Code is amended. 1. In redesignating subsection K as sub, section L, and 2. By inserting after subsection J the following. K 1. The board shall establish and collect a filing fee to be paid by any employee, former employee, or applied.
Allow me to
Camp
bestow
for
this gift
employment
upon
filing
you.
a claim or appeal with them. Board under this title or under any other law.
It is called a spirit
rule,
orb.
or
Totally forgot.
regulation consistent with the requirements of this
I mean,
sub.
like I said, I didn't forget
Section
literally, but I really
2.
couldn't remember if it was
Filing
called
fee
that or
under
not.
Paragraph 1 shall
Spirit
A,
orb. Yeah,
be in an amount equal
I like
to the
seeing Link's
filing
initial
fee for
reaction. He's like, "What is
a
going
civil
on?"
action, suit, or proceeding under section.
It's like he feels it go into his chest or
1914
something. I don't know.
A
It's interesting.
Of Title 28. B. Be paid on the date the individual submits a claim or appeal to the board. And C. If the individual is the prevailing party. Under such claim or appeal, be returned to such end. Individual. 3. The filing fee under this subsection shall not be required for
Filing fees for Merit Systems Protection, Board Claims and Appeals.
which the individual is not the prevailing party has not been appealed and is no longer appealable because the time for taking an appeal has expired or which has been appealed under section 7703 and the appeals process for which is completed. The fee collected under paragraph 1 shall, except as provided in paragraph 2C, be deposited into the miscellaneous receipts of the Treasury. B. Application. The fee required under the amendment made by subsection A shall apply to any
Man, what the hell is the Merit
claim
Systems
or
Protection
appeal
Board?
filed with the Merit Systems Protection Board after the date that is 3 months after the date of the enactment of this section. SEC 90,006 FEHB Protection A. Feb Improvements. 1. Definitions. In this subsection, A. Director. The term director means the director of the Office of Personnel Management. B. Employing office. The term M. Employing office has the meaning given the term in section 890.101A of Title V Code of Federal Regulations or any successor regulation. C. Health Benefits Plan. Member of family. The terms health benefits plan and member of family have the meanings given. Those terms in section 8901 of Title V United States Code. D. Inspector General. The term in Inspector General means the Inspector General of the Office of Personnel Management. E. Open season. The term open sea sun means an open season described in section 890.301F of Title V Code of Federal Regula. Tie-ins or any successor regulation. F. Program. The term program means the health insurance programs carried out under Chapter 89 of Title V United States Code, including the program carried out under Section 8903C
Issue.
of that title.
I know where all the
G.
temples are.
Qualifying life event. The term
Easy.
qualifying life event
I bet I forgot where
has
one of
the
them is. I
meaning
guarantee
given.
it.
The term in section
I'm very forgettable.
892.101 of Title V Code of those terms in section 8901 of Title V United
Bonk.
Federal Regulations
Uh-oh.
or any successor regula. 2. Verification requirements. A. In general, not later than 1 year.
You know, it's nice that I'm not
after the date of the enactment
having to
of this
rush.
act.
I can just kind of
Director
chill.
shall issue regulations and implement
Bonk.
a process to
Finally,
verify.
that took forever.
1. The veracity of any qualifying life event through which an enrollee in the program seeks to add a member of family with respect to the enrollee to a health benefits plan under the program, and 2. that
So
when an
continuing to make it
enrollee
harder
in
for people to access their actual
program
health
seeks
benefits?
to add a member of family
That's
with
very...
respect to the enrollee to the health
The reason Luigi
benefits
Mangione
plan
shot
of the
that dude,
enrollee under the
the entire existence of
program,
health benefit
including
plans
during
and
any
insurance
open season.
providers.
The individual so
Scum of the
added is a
fucking earth.
qualifying member of family with respect to the end. Relieve.
Don't dehumanize people.
B.
Then act
Record
human.
retention, the process.
The fuck is human
Implemented
about
under subparagraph
fucking
A
people over like
shall
that?
read. Acquire the records used for a verification death. Scribed in such subparagraph under such pro.
I'll need this to
S,
go get
with
that
respect
jacket
to an individual enrolled in A.
so I don't get cold.
Health benefits plan under the program to be provided to the Office of
Are those
Personnel
peppers?
Managed,
Nope, those are
meant
alerts.
and
Okay.
retained by the Office of Personnel Management until the expiration
When I go
of a
cook,
6-year
I'm gonna have to cook everything
period
super
beginning
minimally.
after the date of such verification in which such individual is not in.
You know, I never
Enrolled in a
really
health
understood this
benefits
entire
plan under the pro.
like
Gram.
swamp section
3. Fraud
too well.
risk
Like I don't think I ever
assessment
understood it
in
that
any
good.
Fraud. Risk assessment conducted with respect to the pro.
I think I'll have to come back
Gram
here
on
and then
or
use that
after the
one
date
water
of the
ability.
enactment
I'm
of
pretty
this
sure.
Act. The director shall include an assessment of individuals who are enrolled in or covered under A.
And this is just a
Health
Korok
benefits
seed.
plan under the program, even
I think
though
it's worth it to get a
those
bunch in the
individuals
beginning.
are not eligible to be so
Because when I meet
enrolled
Hestu
or
for the first time, I won't
covered.
see him again for a long
4.
time.
Family member eligibility. Verification audit. A. In general. During the
Korok
5-year period.
seed.
Ride beginning 1 year after the date of the end. Enactment of
Doesn't
this
that
act,
infer that I
the
can make
director
more
and
Koroks if I
coordinator,
plant these or something?
tie in with the head of each employing office, shall conduct a comprehensive
mean?
audit regarding members
I'm
of
gonna head to the
family who are
forest of
covered
whatever.
under
Forest of Spirits?
enrollment in a health benefits plan under the program. B. Contents to in conducting an audit required by subparagraph A. The director in coordination with the head of each employing office shall review marriage certificates.
God, yeah, they're just gonna make it way harder to let your family members, your kids, your spouses access
health benefits plan under the pro.
healthcare.
Gram.
They just don't want
C,
you to
record
access
retention.
healthcare.
All records pertaining to the eligibility of an
Nobody gets free
individual
healthcare in America.
enrolled in or covered under
That's
a
not
health
American.
benefits plan under the program obtained by the direct.
No one
or the head
deserves
of the
healthcare
relevant
in
employing
America.
office. In the audit required
Except soldiers.
by subparagraph A shall
Super
retained by
believe
the Office
in
of
government
Personnel
subsidization of healthcare when it's
meant
soldiers.
until the
Everyone else, though,
expiration
not
of a
important.
6-year period, beginning after the date of
Lizard.
such audit in which such individual is not enrolled in
Cook.
or covered
It's not really
under
wanted,
a
though.
health benefits plan.
Is that a
under the
bunny?
pro.
Oh, it's a bird.
Gram. D. Referral to
don't really-
Inspector Gen.
There are bunnies in this game,
Herald.
right?
The director shall
tripping?
refer any instances of individuals enrolled in
What's
or
under here?
covered under A.
A
Health
Korok.
benefits
Great.
plan under the program who are not eligible to be so enrolled or covered that are identified in the audit required by subparagraph A to the Inspector General. 5. Disenrollment or removal. A. In general, not later than 6 months
Frog.
after the date of the enactment of this.
Frog.
Act.
Oh, no, I missed the
director
frog.
shall develop a process by
I feel like typically I wouldn't make
which
that mistake.
any individual enrolled in or covered
Do we get my arrow
under
back or
a
no?
health
I don't. That
benefits
sucks.
Plan under the pro.
Well, these are some good
Grant who
items.
is
I guess
not
I'm gonna go
eligible
cook
to
stuff.
be so enrolled or covered
No, I
shall
need to
be
wait to cook stuff until I
disenrolled
see the
or
old man.
removed
Oh, there
from
he is, huh?
enrollment in a health
Well, I need to go
benefits
see the old
plan
man by
under
the cold hut.
program. B. Notify Inspector General. The director shall notify the Inspector General of each individual disenrolled or removed from enrollment in a health benefits plan under the program under the process developed under subparagraph A. B. Earned benefits and healthcare administrative services associated oversight and audit. Funding.
I just beat that dude up with a
1.
torch.
In general. Section 8909 A2 of Title 5 United States Code is
Oh, I
amended
forgot
by
there's an
so
actual
being
day-night
passed.
cycle in this game. Uh-oh.
Gress,
It's
and
gonna get dark.
inserting
It's hard to
Congress
see because I have a
accepts that the amounts authorized
bright
under
freaking camera light
subsection
right there.
B2 for the office shall not be subject to the limitations that fourth may be specified annually by Congress.
Oh, okay.
2. Oversight.
Oh,
Section
doing that with my arm hurts.
8909
Okay.
B of Title 5
All right.
United States Code is
I
amended.
think I'm gonna head this way,
A. By redesignating paragraph 2 as
and then I'll
paragraph
head northward.
5 and
Leave me be.
B. By inserting after paragraph
Man, I already
1
missed the freaking
the
fuse ability from Tears of the
following.
Kingdom. I liked it. It
2.
was awesome.
In addition to the funds provided under paragraph 1, Amounts of all contributions
no.
shall be
Oh no, I can
available
kill
for
some
the office
bokoblins
to
right now.
develop, maintain, and
The question
conduct
is, should I?
ongoing eligibility verification and oversight.
Do I like really need their items
over
right now?
the
Do I really
enrollment
benefit from
and
stealing them?
eligibility systems with RE. Spec to benefits under
Oh, they
this
got food.
chapter,
I guess I'll steal their
including
food.
the Postal Service Health Benefits Program.
That's the interesting
under
thing.
SEC.
If now that I think
Amounts
about
for
it,
the office
from like a
under this
speedrunning
para.
perspective, because I never
Graphs
play
shall not be
games like
available
that.
in excess of the fall. Lowing amounts
They dead
in
yet?
the following
Yeah, let's
fiscal
go.
Years. 21A in fiscal year 2026, $36,792,000.
What?
22B in fiscal year 2027, $44,733,000.
Inserting paragraph 2, in addition to the funds provided under paragraph 1, amounts of all contributions shall be available to the office to develop, maintain, and conduct ongoing eligibility verification and oversight in the enrollment and eligibility system with respect to benefits under this chapter. Okay, millions and millions and millions of dollars to help the federal government make sure federal employees can't access the healthcare they paid for. Love it. Love it. I'm pretty sure it's referring to family members and dependents. Still, go fuck yourself. People should be able to access healthcare. Y'all suck. Available until expended. Gosh.
Three in fiscal year
Okay.
2026.
Let's
$80
see.
million to be done.
I really
Derived
suddenly
from
don't know
all
where I'm going.
contributions and to remain
Eastern
available
Abbey. That's where I'm trying to
until
go.
expended, shall
gonna
be
head that way.
available for the office to conduct the audit required under section 90006A4 of the act titled an act to provide
Exploded
for
those guys.
reconciliation pursuant
Killed
to
that guy
Title
with one
2
hit.
of H.
Uh-oh, a
One.
blue one.
Res.
14 foot. Of such amount, the office may transfer funds, as the director of the office determines necessary to, an employing office, as that term is defined in SEC.
Oh, he died. That's for a while.
Tie-in 890.101A of Title 5, Code of Federal Regula. Tie-ins or any successor regulation in order to conduct the required audit. 4. Amounts of all contributions shall be able for the Office of Personnel Management Office of the Inspector General to conduct oversight associ, aided with activities under this chapter, including the Postal Service Health
More
Benefits
bows.
Program under SEC. Tie-in 8903C, including activities associated with enrollment and eligibility in these programs
Make
and
sure
then
I
associated
ding
audit
that,
activities
'cause
as
that's the one I
required
always
under
forget
section
and struggle to find.
90006 of the act titled an act to provide for rec.
Jesus Christ.
Conciliation
Mediation
pursuant
pursuant
to
to Title 2 of 8. That's the name of
Quote.
this, isn't it?
Res.
Oh, 14.
Foot. Amounts for the office of the Inspector General under this paragraph shall not be available in excess of the following amounts in the following fiscal years. 10A in fiscal year 2026, $5,090,278. B in fiscal year 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter, the amount equal to the dollar limit for the immediately preceding fiscal year. Increased by 2.2%.
I'm gonna get this frog.
Title
I'm gonna get
X,
this frog.
Committee on
Okay.
Transportation and Infrastructure.
I need to get more
SEC.
grasshoppers for that one quest. I remember there's a
100,001.
quest that makes me go grab.
Coast
Oh,
Guard
yeah, this thing's
assets
gonna hit
necessary
me
to
really hard,
secure
isn't it?
The maritime border and interdict me.
Committee on
Grants and
Transportation and
drugs.
Infrastructure. Coast Guard
A,
assets
in
necessary to
general doc for the purpose
secure.
of the acquisi. Tie-in, sustainment, improvement, and operation of United States Coast
Interdict
Guard assets, in
migrants
addition
and
to
drugs.
amounts other.
To secure the maritime
Why is
border
made
and
available?
interdict
There is appropriated
interdict
to the com.
migrants and
Command of
drugs.
the Coast Guard for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not
Why'd you say
otherwise
migrants and not
appropriated
aliens? That's the
to
word you
remain
fuckers
available
usually
until
prefer.
September 30th, 2029. $571,500,000 for fixed wing aircraft and
Oh
spare
my God!
parts,
A half a
training
billion
simulators,
dollars?
support equipment.
To give the Coast Guard
And
more
program
planes to go,
management for such
what,
aircraft.
bomb
2,
migrants? No, they're not going to bomb migrants, but like,
$1,283 million for rotary wing aircraft and spare parts, training simulators,
1.2 billion
support
for
equipment,
helicopters?
and program management for such aircraft. 3, $140 million for long-range
Drones?
unmanned air, craft systems and base stations,
Support equipment.
and
1 billion
program
for fast
management such
response,
systems.
spare parts.
4, for $1,300
Polar security.
million for offshore patrol cutters, and spare parts and program management for such.
What is a polar
5,
security? I have to Google what a cutter is.
$1 billion for fast response cutters, and spare parts and program management for such cutters. 6,
Cutter.
for $1,300 million for polar security cutters,
It's a
and spare
It's a
parts
boat,
and
right?
program management for such.
a cutter is
Cutters.
a boat, right?
7, for $1,978
Ice break. See, that's what I thought it
million
meant.
for Arctic security cutters.
Yeah, these are all
And domestic
ice-breaking
icebreakers
vessels, I
and spare
guess.
Parts and program management for such cutters and icebreakers. 8,
4 billion.
$3,154 million.
I don't know. Am I high? Am I chill? Like the Coast Guard are just more cops, right? Just more. They're half military, half cops. Like it's not like I personally love that. But the Coast Guard does help with a lot of good data gathering for science and environmentalism.
Fixed wing aircraft for which funds are
That's mostly the NOAA, though.
Provided under paragraph 1 and rotary wing. Aircraft for which
This
funds
is
are
a mid-tier
appropriated
priority.
under paragraph 2.
It's not like this is the
10.
lowest priority thing in the universe, like the military. But, like-
$329,500,000 is provided for. Home ports for the cutters for which
I
funds
don't-
are
you definitely don't
under
need to
paragraphs
spend this many billions
4,
on
5, 6, and 7
more ships.
national security cutters and other fast response cutters. And
I guess the Coast Guard
C,
helps with a lot of
$425
emergencies on the sea,
million
so I guess that's
provided for
good.
design,
Right? Just
planning,
like cops
engineering,
technically respond to a lot of
construction, and pro.
emergencies, they just usually
Grant
late
management
and
for
then end up shooting
enlisted
people.
boot camp bar, racks, multi-use training
Genuinely, we should get rid
centers,
of
and other related
All
facilities.
policing and just
9, $1
just get social workers.
for aviation, cutter, shore, side facility depot maintenance, and C5 eye service. Maintenance, of which $500 million is provided to acquire.
I don't really think we should
procure,
replace
or
all of
construct a floating dry dock.
security and safety
Under
with
subsection
social workers.
B, and conduct channel dredging, necessary to allow cutters for which funds are AP.
It's just so weird hearing them saying the word
Incorporated
cutter so
under
many
paragraph
times.
4 and national.
It's weird hearing
SEC.
this voice not
Section
change, but like
B, and conduct channel dredging.
the voice doesn't
Writing
change, but the
cutters to be
discipline
maintained
changes
and
a
repaired
lot.
and such.
Like what?
Dry
Now it
dock
knows what all
and
these things are?
10, $180 million for equipment and services, for maritime domain awareness, of which $75 million is provided to contract the services of acquire or procure autonomous
More
maritime
AI
systems.
bullshit.
B requirements. 1. In general, except as provided in para. Graph 2. The commandant may not acquire procure or construct a floating dry dock for the coast. Guard yard with amounts
Alright, throw me
appropriated
over
under
there.
Sub. Section
Send
A.
me.
2. Permissible
Now
acquisition,
what the hell's the ball for?
procurement, or construction method.
It's just there.
Notwithstanding. Paragraph 1 of this.
Oh, I guess it's
subsection
there to
and
give me a
section
visual for the
1105
concept of
A of Title 14.
throwing it.
United States Code, the Commandant, May through September 30th, 2030. A. Provide for an entity
A,
other
it
than
says.
the Coast Guard to contract for the acquisition, procurement, or construction of a floating dry dock by contract, purchase, or other agreement. B. Construct a
Methods.
floating dry dock at the Coast Guard yard, or C. Acquire or procure a commercially available floating dry dock. 3. Floating dry dock defined in this section. The term floating dry dock means equip. Meant that is A. Documented under Chapter 121 of Title 46, United States Code, and B. Capable of meeting the lifting and
Maintenance
Maintenance
requirements of an
requirements of an
offshore
offshore
patrol
pump.
cutter.
patrol cutter or a national security cutter.
Again,
See
it sucks because there are so many of my
not
fellow
more than
autistic people that like
15% of
love big
Amounts provided in paragraph paragraph 9
big
of
machinery
subsection
and think it's
A
like
shall
cool as hell,
be available for design,
but then it's just
planning,
used for
and
warfare.
engineering of them. Facilities described in such paragraph. D. Application.
One
In
sec. Let me
carrying out
see how this audio balance is. Let me go back a sec. I'm gonna lift my audio up a little higher.
Am I chill? Like the Coast Guard are just more cops, right? Just more. They're half military, half cops. Like it's not like I personally love that. The Coast Guard does help.
Okay, that's audible, but I am turning me
Positions
up a
or
bit.
Procurements for which funds are appropriated under sub. Section A.
Oh, don't hit
Sections
me.
1131, 1132, and 1133 of Title 14. United States Code shall not apply.
Parish.
E. Entity other than the Coast
Where's your head
Guard
at?
doth
I'll
not.
take your arm. Very useful.
Standing Section 1105 A of Title 14, United States Code.
These become
in
useful
carrying
later.
out acquisition, procurement, or con. Structure of Arctic security cutters or domestic ice. Breakers for which funds are appropriated under sub. Section A.
Okay, so
7.
a cutter's like
Commandant may
a
provide for an
wave
entity
breaker, a wave cutter.
other than the Coast Guard
But
to
an icebreaker is an
contract for such
icebreaker.
acquisition.
I'm
Tie-in,
big brain. I know what ships are.
procurement, or
No, I don't.
construction.
I don't know what the
F,
hell's going on.
compliance with applicable reporting RE. Requirements that none of the amounts provided in. 1. This section may be obligated or expended during any fiscal year.
Bro, are there bird
in which
eggs up
the
here?
commandant
Huge.
not compliant with sections 5102 and 5103.
Is that the first time my stamina's run out?
ING section 5103.
I must be very
E
patient
of
this time
Title
around.
14,
Alright, now how do we get to that
United
old
States
man's
Code.
shelter?
And 2.
Yeah, it should be over here.
paragraphs 1
Yep, this is his
and
place.
2 of subsection A.
Yep, I remember all this wood.
11th may be obligated or expended until the commandant.
You know what kind of sucks about this
provides
version of the game?
report
There's no
required
Zelda.
under section
I don't get to, like,
11217 of the James M.
Swap to
Involved
Zelda's
National
perspective and like
Defense
see what she's up to.
Tie-in Act
Which kinda
for fiscal
sucks.
Year 2023, Public Law 117 to 263.
I'm trying to remember when some of the different
Tour of the House of Representatives and the COM. Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation of.
get attacked by bees.
Senate. G. Notification
Get attacked by
requirements
bees,
of the COM.
idiot. Oh no, it didn't
Mandant
work.
shall notify the Committee on
Oh
Transportation.
bozo. Oh,
and
that hit me.
Infrastructure of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Commerce, Science.
I
and
imagine it's going to take a
Transportation
while for me to get good
of
at
the
playing
Senate
again.
not less than
So
1 week prior to
forgive
taking
my
any. Procurement
inefficacy.
actions impacting estimated costs or
to keep it
timelines for
completely
acquisitions
real,
or
I might
procurements
just go
funded with
straight towards the castle and get a bunch of good items and
appropriated
leave.
Under this section. H. Expenditure planned not later than 90 days. After the date of enactment of this act, the commandant shall submit to the Committee on
Where's the Corsair Bee Honey Hive from earlier?
Structure of the House of Representatives and the COM. Committee on Commerce, Science,
More
and
apples.
Transportation of the Senate a detailed expenditure plan, including projected project timelines for each acquisition and procurement, funded under this section, and a list of project locations. To be funded
Oh yeah,
under
there's the hive.
paragraphs
Good shit.
8 and 9.
Alright, where the hell's the old man's
subsection
house? I don't remember no
A.
more.
1.
Why does she
exception.
do that?
If the president
Aye,
authorizes
why does she
X.
read it things like that? It's
Exception
so
under
weird.
Section 1151 B
Where
of Title 14
is the old man's
United
house?
States Code for any Coast Guard vessel or the whole or super. Structure of such vessel for which funds are appropriated. Under paragraphs.
Remember there's
4
some dude that wants like
through
100 rushrooms
7
or
of
something?
Subsection A now.
It's all
Such
ridiculous
funds
quests.
Shall be obligated until the president submits
Stop finding new
to the
things.
Committee on Transportation
That gets
and
annoying.
Infrastructure of the
Alright,
House
he
of
wants a
Representatives
pepper and
Committee on
seafood fry
Commerce,
for his
Science,
jacket.
and Transportation of the Senate A. Written explanation of the
No,
circumstances.
it's definitely like a
requiring
pepper
such.
and seafood
An
fry.
exception in the national security interest, including
Pots!
a
Actual,
confirmation that there
normal
are
Zelda
insufficient
pots.
Qualified United States
There aren't nearly
shipyards
enough in
taken
this
out.
game of
Title
pots to break.
security interest without such exception, and 2.
I really don't ever
actions
use
taken
this
by the
sword, do I?
president to
Oh, this will
enable
break instantly, so I just
qualified
grab the
United
axe.
States shipyards to meet national
Alright, let me
security
remember.
requirements prior to the issuance of such.
Yeah,
An
spicy
exception.
meat and seafood fried.
SEC. 100,002.
Oh, so I need a
Changes to
piece of meat
Mandatory
still.
Benefits Pro. Grams to allow selected
Okay, do I
reserve
have something I
dues
could
for
use for
pre-planned
meat?
missions to SE.
Pretty sure I have like a
Pure
piece of chicken or
maritime
something.
borders and interdict. Persons and drugs.
No, I only have
In
cooked food.
general,
Okay, I'm gonna have to go
subchapter I
kill
of
some sort of
Chapter 37
animal.
of Title 14 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following.
I think just a
Section 3715.
bird would work, so I'm gonna go
Selected
shoot a bird
reserve.
real quick.
Order to active
There you
duty
go, bird.
for pre-planned
Oh, I got
missions
two.
in
That's nice.
support of the
Good job.
AC. Tive component. A. Authority when the commandant deter.
Right, old man. How
Finds
do
that
I
it is
move
necessary
time?
to augment the active forces. For a pre-planned mission in support of Coast Guard requirements, the commandant may, subject to subsection B, order any member of the selected reserve
Order to active
without
duty for pre-planned
the
missions in
consent of the
support
member
of
to
the active
duty for
component.
not more
Making
than
more people go active duty, I guess?
365 consecutive days. The
nighttime,
limitations.
please.
Members of the selected serve may be ordered to active duty under this section only if 1. The manpower and associated costs of such active duty are specifically included and identified in the materials submitted to Congress by the SEC.
Okay, we're
Area
gonna
of the
do
department
one of
in
those,
which the Coast Guard is
one
operating
fish,
in support of the budget for the fiscal
and then one spicy.
year or years in which such members are
Think that should do it.
anticipated to be ordered
Yes,
to active
it
duty.
did.
And 2. The budget information on such costs includes a description of the mission for which such members are anticipated to be ordered to active duty and the anticipated length of time of the order of such members to active duty on an involuntary
Nice.
basis.
Huge trade-off.
See exclusion from strength limitations. Members of the selected reserve ordered to active duty.
Huge.
Under this section,
These barrels
shall not
never
be
come up in
counted
this game.
computing of thorax
Yeah, I only see like a
strength
few in the
members
game,
on
not
active
many at
duty
all.
Or the total number of members in grade under this
pitchfork is
title
good,
or
though.
Any other law. D. Termination of duty whenever any MEM. BR of the selected reserve
Ooh,
is ordered to
It
active
reads
duty
things
under
so weird.
Subsection A. Such service may be terminated. 1. By order of the
No, I do not
commandant,
need this.
or
I'm not stealthing it.
2. By law. E.
No, I dropped the
for
wrong thing.
Voluntary order 2.
Give me the
Active
pitchfork.
duty in determining which
Alright, this
members of the
entire
said
fight is always
select
pretty annoying
reserve
for
will
me.
be ordered to duty without their con.
I don't
Sent
think there are
under
any
subsection
explosive
A
barrels, and I just have to
appropriate
manually fight them.
consideration shall be given to 1. The length and nature of previous service to assure such sharing of exposure to hazards as not
Huge.
national security and military
One shot, one
requirements
kill?
will reason ably allow 2. The frequency of assignments during serve ICE career.
But now I can just
3.
constantly
Family
save items by
responsibilities.
spamming the
And
bombs.
4. Employment necessary to maintain the national health, safety, or interest. F. Policies
I
and
can just keep
procedures
spamming
of
that
the
now.
com.
What's it matter?
Mandant may prescribe policies and procedures to carry out this section.
I rarely
including on
ever
determinations
use
with
shields that much
to
in this
orders
game.
to active duty under subsection E.
I'm just gonna stop thinking about what items I'm using. I'm just
The
gonna spam
analysis
everything
for
instead.
Chapter 37 of Title 14, United States Code, is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 3714 the fall. Lowing 3715. Selected reserve. Order
Oh
to
gosh,
active
how far
duty
did it
for
just shoot
pre-planned
stuff?
missions in support
An
of the
arrow?
active component.
Lots of empty stuff going on right now.
See definitions. Section 3301 1B of Title 38.
Serving the uniformed
United States
services.
Code is amended by striking Section 712 of Title 14 and inserting Section 3713 or 3715 of Title 14. D. Reemployment rights of persons who serve in the Uniformed Services Section
Great.
4312 C4A of Title 38.
I got too many good
United
items.
States Code is amended by striking 712 of Title 14 and inserting Section 3713 or 3715 of Title 14. E. Medical and
Keep
dental
rolling,
care
bomb.
for
Nope.
members and
Okay, weak.
certain former members. Section 1074
Oh my goodness.
D2 of Title 10 United States Code is
Thank you, it
amended
took
by
forever.
inserting or section
'Kay. Oh, did that deal with the
3715 of
bees?
Title 14
Huh.
after section
Did not expect that.
101A13B of this title. F. Health benefits. Section
Yeah, these are
1145
huge.
A2B of
Okay, I've already
Title
gotten the
10
warm doublet.
United States Code is amended by inserting
I think I'm functionally
or
good to go
section
finish
3715 of
the
Title
plateau.
14 after section 101A13.
We're on page 717. It would be
of this
nice to
title.
get to 800 or 900
G,
today.
age, and service
800
requirements,
probably.
section 12731.
We've only been streaming for an hour. We're making good progress.
Of Title 10, United States Code is amended by inserting or section 3715 of Title 14 after section 101
The Temple of Time.
B of this title. SEC 100,003. Vessel tonnage duties.
God.
Section 60301 of Title 46, United States Code, is amended. 1. In subsection A, by striking 4 fiscal years 2006 through 2010 and 2 cents per ton, not to exceed a total of 10 cents per ton per year
Good God.
for each fiscal year thereafter, and 2. In subsection B, by striking 4 fiscal years 2006 through 2010 and 6 cents per ton, not to exceed a
I'm
total
not
of 30
forgetting
cents
a
per ton
shrine,
per year
am I?
for each fiscal year thereafter.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's only
SEC
4 on this.
100,004. Registration fee on motor vehicles. A. In general. Chapter 1 of Title 23. United
Sometimes I just really
States Code is
struggle to
amended by
comprehend
adding
certain
at the end the
things
full.
about how.
Lowing. Section
Weren't we just talking about? Did we just start an entire new section? What the hell? Selected reserve members orders to active duty for police missions in support of. How do we go from talking about selective reserve members? Oh no, that's gonna hurt if he gets me. Please don't get me. Be gone. Be gone. Wait, how did we just go from talking about active reserve members to a car registration? What do I not comprehend? Oh, good God. Medical and dental care for members. Registration? Oh, so this is the new section. It's just written in less bold. Registration fee on motor vehicles.
180.
Okay.
Registration fee on motor vehicles.
Aren't those state money?
A. In general, to the administrator of the Fed. Aero Highway Administration
Shall impose for
shall
each year
impose
the
for each
following
year
fees.
the following registration fee amounts on the owner of A. Vehicle registered for operation by,
By
a
state motor vehicle. Oh,
Department. 1. $250 for a covered electric vehicle. 2. $100 for a covered hybrid vehicle. B. Withholding of funds for
Are these
ANC
more money for
administrator shall
electric
withhold from
vehicles?
amounts
Making it.
required to be apportioned to any state under section 104.
No,
B,
my
an amount
sword!
Equal to
I'm an idiot.
125% to the amount required to be remitted under subsection.
Oh, right.
C.
This doesn't have the ability in Tears of the Kingdom where I can rotate
Administrator
stuff.
shall
I can't
withhold the
rotate
amount
things.
on the first day of each fiscal year beginning after September 30th.
Wait, so the realest question is how much was it before? Did they just
the state does not meet the
did they just
requirements of
specifically increase the cost of
Section
registration for
C.
only electric
C,
vehicles?
collection and remittance of fee dot.
Or
1,
were
collection
there
of
not
fee dot
already
by
numbers for
state
that?
motor V.
Oh no.
Heichel
Oh no.
Department
Oh
shall
no.
A. Incorporate the collection of the fees established under subsection A into the vehicle. Registration and renewal processes administered by such department.
Yeah, okay. I'm so confused. So they made it super high for an electric vehicle and they made it lower for a hybrid, and then I don't see any notes of a registration for an internal combustion engine vehicle. So like, what? Are they really like inventing anti-electric fees? That just seems like you're going that far. Clearly Elon didn't get enough influence this time around. What? Withholding of funds for non-compliance. Subsection C, collective remittance of fee. State motor vehicles shall. So this isn't affecting your registration. This is affecting registration of
A.
vehicles to be used by a
Incorporate the
state
collection of the fees
by a
established
state
under
office, I
subsection
guess.
A into the vehicle.
Man, I'm running out of arrows. Y'all are
Registration
eating
and
up my
renewal
arrows.
processes
Stop that.
administered by such department, so long as
A
such
ptarmigan.
fees are
No, the
imposed for
ptarmigan.
each year in which the fees are required, or B. Obtain approval from the admins. Or to establish an alternate means of compliance for the collection of such fees that is AC, acceptable to the administrator. 2. Remittance of fee not later than 30 days after the last day of each month, a state motor. Vehicle department shall remit to the administrator the balance of the total fee amounts collected under this section in the preceding month less the portion reserved for administrative expenses under
I'm so
sub.
confused. They're gonna
Section
make you pay it
B.
and then they're gonna pay it back. I don't
D,
understand.
Fee assessment. The amounts specified in subsection
Rule number 1, there was
shall
always
be
treasure behind a
increased on an annual
waterfall.
basis to account for the rate of inflation each fiscal year in accord. And with the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. E. Administrative expenses in any fiscal year in which a state is in compliance with this section. Such state may retain an amount not to exceed 1% of the total fees collected under this section for admins. Tradive expenses.
What?
F. Applicability of fees. The fees imposed under paragraphs 1 and 2 of subsection A shall terminate on October 1st, 2035. G. Definitions in this section. 1. Covered electric vehicle. The term G. Definitions in this section. Covered electric vehicle means a covered motor vehicle. CLE with an electric motor as the sole means of propulsion of such vehicle.
No ice engine.
2.
Ice
Covered
engine,
motor
ATM
vehicle.
machine.
The term covered motor vehicle has the meaning given the term motor vehicle under section 154A but X includes a motor vehicle that is a covered farm vehicle
What excludes
or commercial motor vehicle.
commercial and
as
farm
such
vehicles?
terms are
What?
Find in section 390.5 of
So again, are
Title
these
49 Code of Federal.
Like an increase in
Regulations.
cost or not?
3. Covered hybrid vehicle. The term covered hybrid vehicle means a covered motor vehicle.
Vehi,
propelled
clay.
by a combination of an electric motor
Alright, let's
and
get to
an
this real
internal
quick.
combustion engine or other power source and components thereof. B. Implementation of certain processes. 1. Implementation.
Oh, come on.
The administrator of. The
I have to
Federal
eat
Highway
something.
Administration
I'm gonna
shall
go eat that thing I
provide
made.
grants to state motor vehicle departments to implement a process to carry out Section 180 of Title 23, United States Code. 2. Funding out of any
Stop
money
throwing
in the
barrels at me.
trees. Yuri not otherwise appropriated. $104 million is to remain available until September 30th, 2029. Beginning in the first fiscal year following the date of enactment of this act for grants under paragraph 1.
No, it's a waste of an arrow.
3. Eligible amounts.
I just want to explode it for
each
fun.
state motor V.
I won't.
Heichel Department may receive not more than $2 million under this subsection. C. Regulations. The administrator shall issue such regulations and guidance as are necessary to 1. Carry out Section 180 of Title 23, United States Code as added by this act, and
House of Representatives, the Committee of Environment and Public Works of the Senate, a report on the status and implementation of Section 180 of this title. So it's just a federal registration fee on motor vehicles still? The analysis for chapter amended by this. Any amounts accrued pursuant to Title 180.
Any amounts accrued pursuant to Section 180 of Title
23 United
23
States Code as
United
added
States
by this
Code
act.
as added by this act shall be
Highway
deposited
Trust
into the
Fund. So
Highway
it's
Trust Fund,
taking state
SEC,
money and putting it into the federal
100,006.
government.
Motor carrier data.
Oh,
A,
that's so familiar.
Public confirmation of authorized motor carriers. There is appropriated $5 million to the ad. Administrator of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to establish a public website to present data on motor carriers, as such term is defined in Section 13102 of Title 49, United States Code, in a manner
I can speed
that
up the reading.
indicates
I can tell that like I can
administration
read this
operating
faster.
Requirements, including by dis. Playing one of the following statements for each motor car. Yeah. 1. This
Car
motor
via.
carrier meets federal motor Carrier Safety Administration operating required. Manson is authorized to operate on the nation's roadways. 2. This motor carrier does not meet federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration operating requirements and is not authorized to operate on the nation's roadways. B. Usage fee. The administrator shall assess an annual fee of $100 on each person seeking access to the website established under subsection A in each fiscal.
$100 every time you want to access this crap? That seems garbage.
1. Credited to the account in the Treasury, from which the administrator incurs expenses for establishing, maintaining, and updating the website. Required to be established under subsection A and 2. Available for establishing, maintaining, and updating such website without further appropriation. C. Determination
What?
that a broker, freight forwarder, or household goods freight forwarder, as such terms are defined in Section 13102 of Title 49, United States Code, that uses the website established under subsection A 2. Ensure that a motor carrier engaged by such broker, freight forwarder, or household goods freight forwarder meets Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration over.
Now I gotta
requirements shall
go
be
over
considered
here
not
again.
taken REA. Sonable and prudent determinations in engaging such motor carrier. SEC 100,000.
I think I can make 3 at a time if I remember.
A. Repeal of funding for alternative fuel and low emission aviation technology program.
Repeal of funding. Okay, suddenly it sounds like it's going a lot faster. What the hell?
117.
Jesus Christ. Repeal of funding for alternative fuel and low emission aviation technology program. Huh? Aviation? What? How did we get on aviation after talking about IRA? When I hear IRA, I think of freaking Roth IRAs and retirement plans. No. For aircraft. What is the IRA? Inflation Reduction Act? Oh, Inflation Reduction Act rescissions. Which was obviously a Biden thing, so it can only be bad. And everything must be repealed. It's bad.
117 to 169.49. USC 44504 note, as an effect on the day before the date of enactment of this act, are permanently rescinded. The repeal of funding for neighborhood AC.
Permanently
Cess
rescinded.
And equity grant program, the unobligated. Balances of amounts made available to carry out section 177 of
Repeal of funding
Title
for neighborhood
23,
access and equity grants.
United States Code.
Fuck your
as an
neighborhood.
effect on the
Fuck your
day
families.
before the date of enactment of this act,
Have more
are
kids.
permanently rescinded.
Fuck your neighborhood. Fuck your
C.
families. Fuck your
Repeal of
retirement.
funding for federal building.
$150 billion for the military. You should be having more kids.
Available to
Sure,
carry out
sounds
Section
friendly.
6050
Sounds like a great place to have kids.
Public Law 117. 169. 136 stat.
Oh, you want to save money by having an
As
electric
effect
car
on
or
the
a
day
hybrid
before
car?
the
Go fuck yourself.
date of
Okay, again,
enactment of
it was
this
talking
act
about
are permanently
government
rescinded.
registrations,
repeal of
not
funding for
like
use
your
of low
personal
carbon
registration, which it might later,
materials
for all we
federal
know.
building assistance. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out section 60503 of Public Law 117 to 169.
Oh, another
136
like
stat.
nice chest thing.
2083 as an effect on the day before the date of
Whoa,
enactment
that didn't work.
of this act are permanently
Dang, that didn't
rescinded.
work.
E. Repeal of funding for
Low
general
carbon materials for
services.
federal building. Well, they already
Administration
kind of mentioned
emerging
this, except for
technologies.
highways.
Obligated balances
So
of
not just
amounts made
building
available to carry out.
assistance.
Section 60504 of Public Law 117
Even
to
emerging technologies.
169.
They're rescinding fund.
136 staff. 2083.
Bomb arrows!
As an effect
Well,
on
that
the
just
day
seems unfair.
before
The game making it easier on me this early?
This act are
I guess maybe the
permanently
argument is
rescinded.
like, hey, this is the
F for
tutorial. If you have the
appeal of
DLC, you probably
environmental
played
review,
before.
IMPLE.
Maybe? No?
Limitation funds, the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 178 of Title 23 United States Code as in effect on the day before. The date of enactment of this act are permanently rescinded. G. Repeal of funding for low-carbon trans. Portation materials grants the unobligated ball.
Yeah, it's just
Balances of
fuck
amounts
all
made
funding for
available to
anything
carry
that could
out
ever be
Section
sustainable,
179
obviously.
of Title 23 United States Code as in effect on
Jesus
the day
Christ.
before the date of enactment of this act
Oh,
are
that worked.
permanently rescinded. SEC 100,008 Air traffic controls, staffing, and mod. Organization. A. In general dot for the
Oh,
purpose
this
of
could
the
explain a
prison.
lot.
Tie-in, construction, sustainment, improvement, and OPER. Creation of facilities and equipment necessary to improve.
I wonder if this was
or
added in light of
maintain aviation
all the
safety
crazy
and for
plane crashes
personnel
we've been
expenses
seeing.
related to such facilities and
Which I
equipment.
actually, everyone's
In
talking
addition
about
to
how like maybe the plane
amounts
crashes are because of
otherwise made available, there is appropriated.
like
to the
cuts
administrator of the
to
Federal
airports or
Aviation
something. I don't
Administration.
know.
Tie-in for fiscal
I feel like
year
every time I heard about that,
2025
no one would ever
out
link
of
a
any
source.
money in the treasury, not
And so like,
otherwise
if something doesn't have a source to me,
to remain
I don't really take it that
available
seriously.
until set.
September 30, 2029.
Why is she speaking Italian suddenly?
$2,160,000,000 for air traffic control tower
Oh, nope, I cut myself.
and terminal radar approach control facility replace. Then, of which
There we
not
go.
less than $240
Oh,
million
camera got me.
shall
Good.
be
Okay.
available for contract
Man, my hair's
tower
getting
program
long. This
air
is
traffic.
bad.
Control
Look at what
tower
happens to the
replacement
texture of it.
and airport sponsor. Owned air traffic control tower replacement. 2. $3 billion for radar systems replace.
Meant
No, this is a bunch
3.
of positive stuff for air traffic control. More funding.
$4,750,000,000 for telecommunications and infrastructure and
So I don't know. I
systems
kept hearing
replacement.
about how these plane crashes.
4.
There's no way. I think.
$500
I think.
million for runway safety
One,
projects,
Boeing is a piece of shit.
airport surface surveillance
You know,
projects,
defense
and
contractor,
security.
garbage
Of
private
Section
company.
347 of the
So that's one
FAA
thing.
Reauthorization
They're
Act
a
of
group of union-busting
2024.
pieces of garbage.
5. $550 million for
Oh, is this
unstaffed
his grave?
infrastructure, sustainment and replacement. 6. $300 million to carry out Section 619 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 9. 7. $260 million to
Oh, is
carry
this
out
his
Section
grave or something? Is that what the lore
44745
is?
of Title 49.
I can't remember.
United States Code. And 8.
Alright,
$1
now I need to
million
find the
for
frickin'
air
other.
traffic controller recruitment,
I wonder if this will kill
retention,
me. Oh, this will
training,
definitely kill me. I
and
need to
advanced training.
drop down manually.
Technologies. Be quarterly reporting, not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this act, and every 90 days thereafter, the administrator shall submit to Con. Gress a report that describes any expenditures under this. Section SEC 100,009. John F. Kennedy
What
Center
is
for
up
the
with
Perf.
this?
Forming
They've mentioned
arts
this place so many
appropriations,
times.
in addition to amounts otherwise made available. There is appropriated for fiscal year 2025.
I need to know what this damn
out of any.
center is. They've mentioned
Money
it
in the
20
treasury
times.
Not otherwise appropriated.
JFK Performing Arts
1.
Center.
$241,000,000.
What is the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing
for
Arts?
Necessary expenses for capital repair and restoration of the building and site of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts.
Located
to
on the
remain
eastern bank of the
available
Potomac River
until
in
September
Washington, D.C.
30,
Memorial of
2029.
JFK, essentially.
2. $7,707,000 for necessary expenses for the operation, maintenance, and
Performance
security of the
venue,
John F.
education center.
Kennedy Center for
Okay, we're about to
Performing
get to
Arts
it. We're about to officially get
available until
to like the
September
big
30th,
rest of this document.
2027. And 3.
Title 11,
$7,200,000
Committee on the Ways and
for
Means. The
administrative
one big beautiful
expenses of
bill.
The John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing
It's about
Arts
to go
carry out the
crazy.
purposes of the section to read.
Takes forever to get to
Made
this part of the
available
document.
Until September 30th.
Ain't nobody getting to this
2029.
on their own normally.
Title 11, Committee on Ways and
Mhm.
Means The one big, beautiful bill. SEC, 110,000. References
So,
to
like-
the Internal Revenue Code of.
Again, I don't know what the hell the Committee on Ways and Means is. The House Ways and Means. It's the oldest tax writing body in the U.S. House of Representatives, and for some reason my phone won't load their website. It shapes fiscal legislation, including taxes, tariffs, and social services. So, the means being money with which to get everything, and then ways being how the money ends up being used. So, the Committee on Ways and Means, and the subtitle for all of these changes is the One Big Beautiful Bill, I guess. But this whole thing is collectively the like HR1 piece of legislation, and then this is the specifics of the act itself.
Provision of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. The certain rules regarding.
So, Internal Revenue Code of 1986, this must be how the IRS gathers taxes at a federal level. Rate changes. Subtitle A, Make American Workers Thrive Again.
Subtitle A, Make American. Families and workers thrive again. Part 1, Permanently Preventing Tax Hikes.
Okay,
On
how?
American families and workers.
The question is how.
SEC, 110,001. Extension of modification of rates. A, in general. Section 1. J is amended. 1 in paragraph. 1 by striking and before. 10th January 1st, 2026 foot. And 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the.
So the big thing is to just change the scope of Trump's. Again, I'm confused. 2018 through 2025. That was Trump's tax policy, which we had been under. Like during most of the Biden era, we were under Trump's tax policy. Think literally. And now they're going to change it to essentially take his previous tax stuff and have it just say beginning after 2017 without an end date in sight. Which someone. I wish I could do this stream with like a lawyer, a CPA, a certified like tax preparer, an insurance an insurance person. Then again, I wouldn't really like to be around an insurance person. Can't trust me around those people. I would love to do this document and call upon those people's expertise, but like politically, legally, is it normal to just say starting now until forever as one president? Like, is that normal and legal? Is that like a thing you're allowed to do from the federal level? Just be like, I want this. Obviously, I guess this entire bill is something coming out of the collective of Congress at the federal level. But like, is it normal to just be like, hey, let's do this one thing forever? Is that normal? Bracket ends and the 37% rate bracket begins. Okay, so I guess one of the first things I should do is I should remind myself how the current federal tax brackets work. Let me see the official right now. Like, so this is before this bill passes. All right, so what did they just say? In the case of any taxable year, inflation adjustment, any taxable year solely for purpose of determining the dollar amounts at which the 35% tax rate, holy fuck, ends and the 37% tax rate begins. For context, I'm on the IRS website. The 35% tax rate is a household income of $243,000 or more, and the 37% tax rate is $600,000 or more. That is not American families. That's like literally 5% of the country, maybe. What? You know what? You know what I can do? I'm just gonna Google percentage of families by tax bracket. Families by tax bracket. Here's how I'm gonna fuck them over while I do their math. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is from years ago. I don't like this data. I'm not sure I like this data. If it's this old. 2015 is not new enough. Okay. I'm gonna use the 2015 data. And these are old tax brackets too that I'm looking at this data. So let's just look, let's pretend, let's look at 10 years ago what this was, and then we can kind of think of what that would be in the modern day. So no way. Most taxpayers in 2013 were in the 15% tax bracket or below. So for their data, you can't see it, but this is from the taxfoundation.org. This looks like number of returns in each ordinary income tax bracket from 2013. Can't I find IRS statistics that are better than that? Number of returns in each ordinary income tax bracket. I'm gonna get on more modern data. Number of returns in each tax bracket. I'm gonna go get more modern data. If I can, real quick. More in file. Two. Single person. Ooh, I can get 2025. I can get 2024 tax tables. What does this mean? Man, where do I get this data? I want it. I want good data. 'Cause I'm picky. No, I think I'm gonna have to give up and use that OG data. Other filers. I really shouldn't waste too much time on this, but like this is still important. Unfortunately, this is very, very important. Okay, what about the taxfoundation.org tax data from 2025? The average income tax rate in 2022 was 14.5%. The top 1% of payers paid a 23.1% average tax rate. Is this federal? Internal Revenue Service data for tax year 2022. Okay. Wow, did they have taxes really changed that much to a 26%? I don't understand this. Wow, holy shit. Man, this data alone is really interesting. I'd like to show it, but I'm just looking at it on the taxfoundation.org right now. So, for their Table 1 Summary of Federal Income Tax Data, tax year 2022, the top 1% of earners, which are 1,538,000 people, paid an average tax rate of 26.09. The top 5% paid a 23%. The top 10% paid a 21.11%. The the top 25% of earners paid 21%, and the top 25% of earners, which is 38 million people, the top 50% of earners, which is 76 million people, and then the bottom 50%. These aren't their tax brackets, is what I'm seeing. Like, what this data is talking about is simply not their tax brackets. So far. We'll see how it goes moving forward. Temporary increase in standard deduction. So you're going to increase the standard deduction, but you're going to say that these changes are forever. Obviously, it's referring to other parts of their
B.
their tax policy.
Additional increase in stand.
Back to playing.
Regarding
I don't know everything about
deduction,
taxes, and we shouldn't trust me
63C
to think I know everything about
is
taxes.
amended by adding, at the end of following new subparagraph, C. Temporary additional increase in standard deduction in the case of any taxable year beginning after December 31st.
The dollar amount for the increase of standard
2024
deduction
and
is increased
for
by
January
1,500.
1st, 2029. I. The dollar amount otherwise in EF. Effect under paragraph 2, B shall be N. Increased by $1,500.
So you're gonna
2. The dollar amount otherwise.
So you're going to save every individual that is filing federal taxes $1,500. But collectively, you're going to spend another $150 billion across all of us. Have I done this math alone? 1 second. Have I done this math yet? There's 330 million people. If they want to spend... Oh, you know what? I should Google the population of the U.S. I don't know it anymore. What is the current population of the U.S.? Oh, it's still 340 million. I wonder when I memorized that. It must be recent. Then again, our population is slowing down, which is frankly a good thing. Okay, so let's just look at the amount they spent on the damn military. I have typed into my phone hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, 150 million divided by 340 million. What? They're increasing the military budget by 150 billion, which if you were to divide that by every single living person in the United States, that alone would be the functional increase in $441 per year of spending. So either a third or a half of the amount they're promising to save you on taxes, they're just taking more to pay for the military. This is such bullshit. This is classic Republican right wing. I don't actually understand economics of scale trickery and tomfoolery, where they're like, oh, we're gonna like save you tax dollars on healthcare, but your cost of healthcare is actually a lot higher under a private system than if we did universal healthcare. But like, it feels like we're saving you money though, and it just, people just don't. I don't know. They're just susceptible to propaganda. It's like really susceptible to propaganda. Look at all these other countries that use their money differently, that do way better with it. You can promise a $1,500 a cut to a person's fucking taxes, but like, and this is just a deduction, by the way. So, you know, it's really going to depend on individuals how this actually plays out and how much this really looks for their income. But let's say miraculously this always reduces someone like me who, like, I owe like maybe $100 of taxes per year for federal taxes. Well, I used to when I was a full-time teacher. I owed, but now that I'm a sub, I probably don't owe as much. My fiance ends up owning like I think about 1,000. So let's say that the deduction happens. If I remember how the deduction works, it's how much you can take away from how much you owe. So my fiance would now get back $500. That's about the amount of money they're spending to increase the military budget. Mind you, for the 1,000th time, this is not the military was $0 before this bill. The military budget was already 800 billion something. I'm pretty sure it was in the 800 billions. And now they're going to increase it to by another 150 billion. And if you were to divide that by every person in the entire United States, including babies, and children and people that don't pay taxes on income anymore, or yet, somehow, you're still costing people about $500 a piece in cost of military. You're not, those funds aren't coming from nowhere. That is either going to the national debt, which will be something the taxpayer has to pay, or you're going to generate it soon, meaning we will still ultimately pay that. This is the classic moving of the goalposts where you say, like, hey, we're saving you money here, but in these more complicated, harder to see ways, you're definitely still paying more. And that more is going to the government and the billionaires and the oligarchy itself. Literally, the military-industrial complex oligarchy itself. Hundreds of billions. These taxes mean nothing in the face of the amount of money you just spent on the military. God, you could have just made that money so much better if you just didn't increase the military by 150 billion. You just left it as it was. Perfectly good as it was, by the way.
After December 31st,
In fact, it was still too high.
2025.
Crap, I still have too much stuff.
Temporary additional increase in standard deduction, the amendment made by subsection B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. SEC 110,000.
Oh my god, game, what is going on?
Termination of deduction for personal
Stop paying attention for a second, that was a mistake.
A in general.
Oh yeah, this will be
section
stasis. This
151
is hugely important for the
5
entire game.
is amended. 1 by striking and before January
So again,
1st,
they're just
2026. And
termination
2 by
of
striking
deductions for
2018
personal
through
exemptions?
2025 in the
What does this mean?
heading and inserting beginning after
Termination of deductions for personal
2017.
exemptions. I'm not going to go that
The
deep into the weeds
effective
with
date
the
of the amendments
tax
made
code.
by
I've only
this
paid
section
taxes
shall
like,
apply to taxable
how old am I?
years
I've only
beginning
paid taxes like 8
December
times in my
14th,
life.
31,
Federal taxes, because I've only worked for
2025.
so long.
SEC
So like,
110,004.
we shouldn't trust me to know everything unless I can
Extension of
increase child tax credit. This might be
and
meaningful to
temporary
families.
enhancement.
I'm not sure what enhancement means, but
Extension of expanded child tax credit. IT.section
once again,
24
it is cheaper
is amended.
to take your
1
federal
in
dollars
paragraph
and
1
use
by
them for
striking
universal
and
free
before
childcare
20th January
than it is
1st,
to give the military 150 billion dollars.
by striking 2018 through
It
2025
feels like
and
you're saving money,
heading
but
and
they're just
inserting
using
beginning
it
after
shittily
2017. B,
and telling you that they're
child
making up
tax
for it
credit
in this.
section
It's not even a quid pro quo. It's like a quid
is
go
amended
fuck
to read
yourself.
as follows.
It's like, yeah, you're too stupid to realize
Credit amount
how
on
money works.
subsection
I'm
A shall
big
be
brain.
applied by substituting. A, in the case of taxable years beginning
Jesus
after
Christ.
December 31st, 2024 and before December.
You know a great way to convince
31,
people to have more children is
$2
free childcare.
500
Oh,
per
oh no, I
dollar
died.
000.
Wow,
or
that
B,
hurt pretty
in the
bad.
case of any subsequent taxable 7-year $2 000.
Oh, what's something I can eat
$1
real quick? They're already on.
000 dot C.
We
Social
okay.
Security
Let's see if I
number
can catch it this
required
time.
dot
Oh, I
section
did not catch it.
24H7 is amended to read as follows. 7. Social Security number required. Dot. A. In general. Dot. No credit shall be load under this section to a taxpayer with respect to any qualifying child unless the taxpayer
Who's a
includes on the
return
return of tax for the
Social Security number.
taxable
So just making it harder
year.
for immigrants to
such
benefit at
individual's
all.
Social Security number. 2. The Social Security number of such qualifying child. And
I gotta be
3.
real.
If the
These hammers
individual
are
is
super
married,
useful for getting ore in the
Social
early game.
Security number of such individuals.
This isn't that
spouse.
worthwhile.
The Social Security number.
I don't know if again the I know it's not technically AI, but I'm just gonna call it AI. The Microsoft Edge AI voice, Microsoft Word AI voice actually.
Administration, but
The
only
robot
if
voice.
Social
You know what? That's the
Security
rightest word. The
number is
robot voice.
issued. I, to a
The
citizen of
woman
the
one
United States
stresses me out.
or
The
pursuant to
guy
subclause
sounds very fake and
I
corporate, but this
4.4.
one sounds like she's being
Kind of
snarky.
subclause 3 that relates to sub. Clause I of
No, there's just
section
something about a neutral
205
tone of voice that
C
messes with my
2
brain.
BI of the Social Security Act and 2 before the due date for such Turn. See married individuals
Inflation
rules
adjustment.
simi. Lar to the rules of section 32. D shall apply to this section.
Do I have to get
D,
married?
inflation
I've never gotten
adjustments.
legally married, but Andrea and I have been
1,
engaged
in
forever.
general section
We just don't really care
24,
about legal
I,
marriage. But hey,
amended to
if I can save money
read
by
as
being married, maybe I
follows.
will.
I inflation adjustments dot 1 maximum amount
I gotta
of
turn the AC
refundable
on finally.
credit in the case of a taxable year beginning after 2024. The $1,400 amount in subsection H5 shall be increased by an amount equal to A. Such dollar amount multiplied by B. The cost of living adjustment deter. Mine under section 1 F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins deter.
Oh no,
Mine by
he was a ghost the whole
substituting
time.
2017 for 2016 in sub. Paragraph A2 thereof. 2. Special
I don't think
rule
I
for
can get down
adjustment
there
of
easily.
credit amount in the case of a taxable year B. Beginning after 2028, the $2,000 amount in subsection H2B shall be increased by an amount equal to A.
I don't
such
know
dollar
if they're
amount
like trying to hide it,
multiplied by
but I've heard a
B.
lot of people
The
talking
cost of
about how
living
this supposedly
adjustment
reduces
deter.
taxes
Mine
for
under
the
section
wealthiest
1,
people.
F3
But the
for
issue is
calendar.
I haven't seen
Year
that
in
so
which the
far.
taxable
But I'm
year
only,
begins deter.
maybe it'll come, maybe it
Mined
won't.
by substituting 2024
I'm definitely paying
for
attention for it. Like I
2016
want to
in
catch
sub.
that. I know if it's
Paragraph
happening.
A2
Oh my god, why do I have a bomb arrow?
Free rounding, if any increase under this. Subsection is not a multiple
Ooh,
of
that is a
$100
nice
of
item.
Such increase shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $100. E. Conforming amendment to section 24H5 is amended to read as follows. 5. Maximum amount of refundable credit. The amount determined under subsection D1A with respect to any qualifying child
Nice.
shall not exceed $1,400 and such subsection shall be AP. Applied without regard to paragraph.
Any good
4
items? Nope.
of the
Okay.
sub.
Cringe.
Section
Sad.
F. Treatment of certain benefits of MEM. Bears of religious and apostolic associations as earned income. Section
What
24
associations? I'm sorry,
D1.
I really struggle with that. Apostolistic. Treatment of certain benefits of members of religious and apostolic associations as earned income. For the purpose of any amount treated as a dividend received on the last sentence shall be treated as earned income, which is taken into account in computing taxable income for the taxable year. Really? Increasing taxes for received in the last sentence of section 501D, so 501 being a nonprofit, shall be treated as earned income. Increasing taxes for religious institutions, people that work at religious institutions, treating their benefits as if it's a type of taxable income. Really? I wonder if I'm reading that correctly. If that's the case, that's surprisingly not what I would expect the right to do. We should tax churches.
SEC.
Get fucked.
110,005. Extension of deduction for qualified.
Okay, wait,
business
okay.
income.
I'm just saying that more jokingly. I think we should abolish the government and all of taxes altogether. That's what I personally think. But
and
interesting.
Permanent enhancement. A. Made permanent at section 199A
Business
is
income.
amended
Okay, so maybe
by
this is some of
striking
that.
subsection
How
I.
it supports the
B.
wealthiest
Increasing
first.
deduction to subsections A2, B1, B, and B2A of section 199A are each amend. Ed by striking 20%
So
and inserting 23%.
a 3% change to
C. Modification
deducting
of
business income?
limitations based on tax. Able income dot 1 in general dot section 199A B3 is amended to read as follows. 3. Modification of determination of combined qualified business income amount based on taxable income dot A. Exception from limitations in The
probably
case of
drop
any
this.
taxpayer whose
Okay, it
taxable
instantly got
income
too cold in here the second
for
I
the
turned the air
taxable
conditioning on.
year
Alright.
does not exceed the thresh.
Alright, so we're just
Old
gonna
amount. I,
immediately turn that back
paragraph
off.
2 shall be applied without regard to subparagraph B and 2. A specified service, trade, or busi. Nest shall not
Busi?
fail to
Business?
be treated as a qualified trade or business solely by reason of subsection D1A. B. Phase-in of limitations. In the case of any taxpayer whose taxable income for the taxable year exceeds the threshold amount, the sum described in paragraph 1A deter. Mind without regard to this subparagraph shall instead be an amount.
Essential deductions for qualified business income. Whoa, 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 whoa. The case of any taxpayer whose taxable income for the taxable year does not exceed the threshold amount. 1. Paragraph 2 shall be applied without regard to subparagraph B. Is a specified service, trade, or business that shall not fail to be created as a qualified trade or business solely by reasons of subsection. Equal to the sum described in paragraph 1A. Dude, where the hell's 1A? 1A. Holy hell, how do I get back to paragraph 1A? Maximum amount of refundable credit shall be increased. Cost of living adjustment after determining the section 1F3 of the calendar year, which is taxable year. By the way, I'm not going to deny that there's a very real possibility that this does physically save some people on taxes. Do I think it's going to be the actual people at the bottom? Yes. Do I think it's going to be a meaningful amount? No. Not in comparison to how much our cost of living is going to change as we keep platforming and enabling and abetting oligarchs. No, it is not going to get better. I saw some shitty poll that said, like, oligarchs is a word that really alienates liberals. Well, fuck liberals then. Fuck do you mean you don't understand that they're oligarchs? Okay, like, it's not hard. Yeah, I don't even know. Treatment of certain benefits of members of religious and... Oh, no, I need to get back to the section I was actually at. Take me back.
Account in column.
How do you solve this? Business income. Alright, I'm going to restart here. Modification of determinations, qualified business income. Phase in amount, conforming amendments, deduction for qualified business income to apply to certain interest dividends of qualified business development companies. Holy shit, that is complicated. It sounds like it's helping businesses make more money. And not your businesses. The big ones. Because I'm hearing interest dividends, which change with scale.
1 in general dot subsections B, 1, B, and C1 of section 199A are each amended by insert. ING qualified BDC interest
Business
dividends
development
after
companies.
qualified REIT dividends.
Great, now I have to Google what the hell a business development company is. It sounds like some sort of shitty, expensive third party. We invest in other businesses to make it so they can sell them to us for a profit. Business development income. Oh, development companies, idiot. Companies. Investments in developing and financially distressed companies. Closed-end investment. Retail investors to invest money in small and medium-sized private companies. including... They're only doing it for a singular purpose, which is to make more money and save more money on taxes. Be stupid to act like that's not what they're doing.
Qualified BDC interest dividenda. Find at Section 199 AE is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph.
I'm actually going to get a heart container immediately.
5. Qualified BDC interest dividend. A. In general. The
Oh,
term
I've dropped a frame.
qualified BDC interest dividend means any dividend from an electing business development company received during the taxable year which is a trib, bootable to net interest income of such company, which is properly allocable to a qualified trade or business of such company. The electing business development company for purposes of this paragraph, the term electing business development company means a business development company as
defined.
Find in Section 2A of the Investment Column, Paynee Act of 1940, which has an election in EF. Effect under Section 851 to be treated as a regulated investment company. E. Modified inflation adjustment, Section 199 AE2B is amended. 1. By striking 2018 and inserting 2025. And 2. In Clause 2, by striking determined by, substituting calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016 foot in subparagraph A2 thereof. F. Effective date, the amendments made by. This section shall apply to taxable
I'm realizing I
years
definitely
beginning
can make
after
the game
December
bigger
20th,
on
31,
screen.
2025.
No, Discord, go away. I do not want you to
SEC,
do any of that crap.
110,006. Extension of increased estate and gift. Tax exemption amounts and permanent. Enhancement. A. In general.
There you go, I can make the gameplay larger.
C3.
Alright, that sounded super interesting. Extension of increased estate and gift tax exemptions. So estate tax is a tax on money that you gift to your children or anyone after your death, essentially. So that's people creating generational wealth, but like at an insane degree. You know, money that children didn't generate coming to them. That's kind of like a whole debatable thing. I don't even know. Gift tax, however, the gift tax is a fucking problem. I'm not even that up to date on tax stuff, and I understand that, like, by making something a gift, you can get around having it taxed instead of, right? And so, like, this is what fucking billionaires do all the time. Like, this is probably, obviously this is a foreign country, but, like, this is the shit, like, with getting the fucking jet that Trump got or whatever, that he had to beg Saudi Arabia for. Was it Saudi Arabia, or am I just assuming that? The freaking, I don't know the specifics, leave me alone, but yeah, just, you know, when billionaires magically give each other jets and, like, yachts and, like, as gifts. No, you're just laundering money. You're just moving money around in a way that shouldn't be okay. Like, you're just scamming the entire system to keep your wealth in the hands of a few people.
1. In subparagraph A, by striking $2.5. 000.
Oh, increasing the limit 3 times?
Inserting $15. 000.
Just say 50 million, please.
In subparagraph.
All right, old man, I get it. You're Zelda's dad.
Matter preceding clause
Thank you for raising such a nice young lady.
Striking 2011 and inserting 2026.
Frankly, it's hard to speedrun this game and not get into it because I like this game.
Calendar. Year 2010 foot and inserting calendar year 2025 foot. And 3. By striking subparagraph C. B.
Dude, the premise of a post-apocalyptic Zelda was kind of a huge idea back in the day.
This section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 12th, 31, 2025. SEC 110,007.
What the hell did Zelda's mom look like?
IMUM tax exemption and phase out. Thresholds. A. In general. Section 55 D4 is amended. 1. In subparagraph A, by striking, and B, for January 1st, 2026 foot, and 2, by striking 2018 through 2025,
You're chill, bro.
heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B.
The
effective
calamity.
date,
The
amendments
calamity.
made by. This section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 23rd, 31, 2025. SEC 110,008. Extension of
Limitations on deductions for qualified residence interest. I don't know what that means.
A. In general.
This is the issue with tax code. It's so damn complicated.
3F is amend.
Qualified
1 in clause I
residence
by striking
entrance.
and before
Sounds
dan.
like interest on
6 Uri 1
the value of
2026 foot.
a place.
2 by striking clause 2 and redesignating.
Interest incurred from buying,
Clauses
building, or
3
improving
and
a
4
residence
as
or from
clauses
home
2
equity loans
and
on that
3
residence.
ResPAC. Lively and
Primary
3
home
by
and one of the
striking
vacation home.
2018 through
To 2 qualified
2025
residences.
in the heading and inserting beginning after
So interest is
2017.
an appreciation in value of your
Effective date,
home.
The amendments made by. This section shall apply.
So this is an extension of limitation on deduction. So this is going to hurt middle class homeowners. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years. It didn't say what it's really amended. And before January 1. Yeah, wasn't that actually us? Like history? I don't. The time travel in this game doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. Not in this game. The next game. Spoilers. Who knew? Piloting the divine beasts. Champions. I'm not really understanding. It's mentioning this whole deduction for qualified residence interests, but it's not like being very specific about what the hell they're actually changing. 2018 through 2025, beginning after 20. So it's extending the extension of limitation on deduction for qualified residence interests. Casualty loss deduction. I can only imagine that means when someone passes away. So it's just terminating a bunch of miscellaneous analyze. Section 67G is amended by striking. Oh, I need to pull up these sections and just read the actual tax code. Oh, these are all previous Trump tax policies that are being extended and brought into the modern time. Or maintained through, after 2026. Oh, the issue is now I don't get to read in this document what each of these things do. I can only go off of the title. And yes, I can keep Googling stuff on the side, but at some point this document needs to get read. Once I've read it, I will remember this section and be able to go back to it as policy continues to evolve. But the point is to be informed before things happen and understand how these tax policies affect things. I know. Rest in peace, Zelda. Oh, wait, no, she's alive. He's dead. That was you, Link! That was you! A Link that's lost his memory is so interesting. "100 years later." And then Zelda goes back 10,000 years or something. 1,000 years? Excuse me, princess. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of reducing a person's access to certain deductions, so the termination of miscellaneous itemized deductions, limitation on tax benefit of itemized deductions, limitation on tax benefit of itemized deductions again, amount of itemized deduction otherwise allowable for the taxable year shall be reduced by 2/37 of the lesser of the deductions, or so much of the taxable income as exceeds the dollar amount at which the 37% tax rate under section 1 begins. Why are you even... One sec. I'm gonna let the king finish talking and then get to it. I think that because this is my first time watching that I'm not allowed to skip. Oh, he does tell you. I totally forgot. Impa. Impa. Now, I do want the champion's shirt. I want his shirt. Because that'll be useful. It's a good piece of armor. What's the chance that I remember how to win bomb in this game? It's so interesting to see the Legend of Zelda format and how it takes so many different forms. And in a way, like, despite this game being such a big... Oh my god, I'm talking about the game instead of tax code. Fuck! Despite this game being such a big departure... Why am I talking about the game? Despite this game being such a big departure from, like, the traditional Legend of Zelda format, with it being more open world than ever and allowing you to climb everything and being completely non-linear, almost completely non-linear, it almost kind of distilled the basic premise down really hard, though. You are Link. Zelda needs save. Go save Zelda. and you can even play and beat this game without doing any of the side quests. You can just go straight to the end and go save Zelda. You could do that with, like, no hearts and no sword, no Master Sword. You could just go save Zelda. Such an interesting game. Link, find me in the future. Alright. Thank you for the paraglider. Alright. We gotta look at this. There's no way that this actually says 2/37. What is that number? An increase by such itemized... By such as exceeds the dollar amount on which the 37% in this section 1 begins, respect to the taxpayer. Oh, this one is so hard to read. Shall be reduced. So, shall be reduced by 2/37. So much of the taxable income as exceeds the dollar amount at which 37%, it's a reduction in taxes for people that are above the 37% tax bracket or higher, which is the $600,000 people. A reduction in taxes for the wealthiest people, not for the poor people or even the middle class people. I don't listen. I love to cast a big net and have a big umbrella, but if you make more than $600,000, you are not middle class, my guy. You are not most of us. Most of us are like the 15% tax bracket. I think it's the majority of Americans are 15 and below. Which is like the 4th tax bracket. I don't remember. There's like 8 or 6 or something. The lower half is the lower half. Most of us are in that lower half. Alright, let's see if I know how to win bomb. So I think I need to do that first.
Other limitations. This section shall be applied after the application of any other limitation on the allowance of any itemized deduction.
Oh, that didn't work! Okay.
The amendment made by.
I can never do that.
Apply to taxable years beginning after.
Never been good at that.
31, 2025. SEC. 110,000.
No, not the qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement exclusion. What the fuck does that mean?
Reimbursement exclusion. A. In general. Section 132 F8 is amended by striking and before January 1st, 2026. B. Effective date, the amendment made by. This section
oh,
shall
come on, I
apply to
suck.
Taxable years beginning after December 16th, 31, 2025. SEC. Exclusion.
The qualified... all I can imagine is they're fucking over bicyclists.
Extent
Termination of the...
limitation on exclusion. and deduction for moving expenses.
Oh, I like the I think I used that one once. Termination of qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement exclusion. God, that's like 3 double negatives. Termination of qualified bicycle commuting. Termination of bike commuting money back exclusion. What the hell does that mean? What the fuck does... I'm gonna have to Google it. Jesus. Qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement exclusion. Explosion. No. What is the qualified commuting reimbursement exclusion for bicycles? Is this money back? Yeah, so Trump's previous tax cuts suspended the exclusion of qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement. The exclusion of bicycle commuting reimbursements from income tax. Okay, it's fucking over people that ride bikes. Yes, I figured it out.
A. Termination of deduction. Section 217K is amended.
I liked the moving
1,
expense
by
reduction.
striking and before January 1st,
I don't know how much it
2026.
matters or how much anyone should give a
And
shit, but that's what I think
by
and feel.
striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B. Termination of reimbursement. Section 132G2 is amended. 1. By striking and before January 1st,
And now it's hot again.
2026.
Yeah, I can just set the
And
heat to really high.
2. By striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. C. Effective
Okay,
date
here we
of the
go.
amendments made by. This section
Here
shall
we
apply to
go.
taxable years
Oh no, it's a
beginning after
big something.
December 9th, 31,
Goblin or something.
2025.
Oh no, that was not what I
SEC.
wanted to use.
Exclusion 110,014. Extension
Your head
of
is ugly.
limitation on wagering.
Ugly!
Losses.
Be
A,
gone!
in general,
Whoa!
Section 165
The AI
is
isn't even that
amended
good.
by
Oh my god, leave me
striking
alone.
And before January 1st, 2026. B. Effective date, the amendment made by. This section shall apply to taxable years beginning after.
Oh my god, too many new items.
31, 2025.
Wagering losses?
SEC.
Okay. Gambling?
110,015.
Wagering losses.
Extension of increased limitation on contributions to ABLE accounts and permanent enhancement.
ABLE accounts?
A,
Or
in
ABLE
general.
accounts? What does that mean?
Section
Here.
529A, B, 2, B is amend.
Aide.
Is this
1
the, s-
in
the, the,
clause
the central...
I, by inserting determined by. Substituting
No, it is not.
1996
Well,
for
I'm still gonna go get the
1997
central
in
tower real
paragraph
quick.
2B.
No,
Thereof,
I don't want to
after
use this
section
yet.
2503B and 1, 2 in clause 2 by striking before January.
It's the game
2,
politely
1,
telling me I'm not ready, but I don't
2026
care.
foot. B. Effective date. Dot. 1.
Give me
in
that.
general, except as otherwise.
You ugly.
Lead in this subsection the amendments made by. This section
I
shall
can't carry any
apply
more
to
melee weapons. That's
contributions made
stupid.
after 7th December 31st, 2025.
I'm
2.
keeping that.
Modified inflation adjustment.
Dropping that.
Amendment made by.
I'm sure I'll drop
subsection
that too.
A1
Most
shall
clubs do
apply
the
to
same thing.
Taxable years beginning after December 31st.
Bonk. Wow,
2025.
I just sniped that. That was
SEC.
crazy.
110,016.
Okay, I need to get to the
Extension of
next.
Savers credit allowed for able contributions.
Savers credit.
A in general. Section 25B(d)(1) is amended to read as follows: 1.
For retirement
in general, the term
savings.
qualified retire meant savings contributions means with respect to
Some of the amount of contributions made by the
taxable year,
individual.
the
Oh
sum
god, now I
of
have to Google what an able
A,
account is.
the amount of contributions made by the eligible individual
Able
during such taxable
account.
year to the able account within the meaning of
Achieve a better life
Section
experience.
529A,
Savings account
of
for
which
individuals
such
with
individual is
disabilities.
the designated beneficiary, and B.
Extension of savers credit allowed for able contributions. So this will actually help disabled people have less taxes on the money. Oh my god, is someone getting harassed? God damn it. It never ends for a knight like me. Me and my Excalibur over here. Bonk. Bonk. Idiot. Traveler's Claymore. What traveler carries a damn Claymore? But why are you so angry, lady? Okay. Who said I was specifically asking for anything in return? I was just saying, man. I'm gonna go get one of the memories. Oh, but the memories don't become visible until I do the damn quest. I am an idiot. I am an elite idiot. I need to just go find the damn tower for this area. No! No, Octorock, leave me alone. What is a saver's credit? Able contributions. So is this gonna help people saving money this way that are disabled, or what?
Within the meaning of Section 5.
God, we're only on page 744.
Which such individual is the
I need to get to 800 or 900. 800 definitely today.
In the case of any taxable year beginning,
Kind of have to, really.
before January 1st,
This is just heavy and dense, and I have to research stuff pretty often.
I, the amount of the qualified retire, meant contributions as defined in section 219E made by the eligible individual. 2. The amount of I, any elective deferrals as defined in section 402G3 of such an individual, and 2. Any elective deferral of compensation by such individual under
Alright, what's going on? Anything
eligible
interesting up
deferred
here? And where's the
compensation
next
as
place
defined
that I
in
can
section 457
raise a tower? There.
eligible employer described in section
Central tower first.
E1A and 3.
Can't remember if that's the one that's gonna
amount of
explode me,
voluntary
though.
employee contributions by such individual to any qualified retirement plan as defined in section 4974C. Dot.
Korok! Oh no, I don't have enough stamina to chase after a Korok anymore.
Paragraph 1
Got it.
of section 103.
It's like chasing that damn bunny in Mario 64.
2.0 Act of 2022
Hate that shit.
is repealed, and the
I think that might only be in the DS
NAL
version, though.
Revenue Code of 1986 shall be applied and admonies. Tiered as though such paragraph were
Wait, where am I
never
heading? There,
enacted.
okay.
C. Effective date. The amendments made by. This section shall apply to taxable years ending after December 31, 2025. SEC 110,017. Extension of rollovers from
from
qualified
tuition programs to able accounts.
permitted. A.
Is able
in
accounts really
general,
just affecting
Section
disabled people?
529 C3 I3 is amended by striking before January 1st, 2026. B.
Are those endurance
Effective
rooms?
date, the
Oh,
amendment
huge.
made by. This
What a
section
huge
shall apply
find.
to taxable years beginning
Oh, it's one of those.
31,
Hey, who cares?
2025.
I can probably fight one of those by hand if I have to.
110,000
Really not that hard, honestly.
Extension of treatment of certain indie.
What would be nice, though,
Individuals
is to get my
performing
health up
services
before
in
it does inevitably hit
Sinai
me.
Peninsula and
Here we go, that'll
enhancement
be
to
useful.
include additional areas. A. Treatment made permanent. Section 11026.
Doesn't even bother me.
115 to 97 is amended by striking.
What, is the idiot
With respect
stuck?
to the
He's stuck,
applicable
he's an
period.
idiot. I love it. This game is
Kenya,
wonderful.
Mali,
Yeah, I think
Burkina
this is the one where
Faso,
like 5 of them try to
Chad.
shoot at me at once while I climb up.
Include
It's probably gonna be pretty
hazardous
hard.
duty areas. Section 11026. B of Public Law 100.
The Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas? What?
Follows.
A
B,
peninsula?
qualified hazardous duty
Kenya,
area.
Mali,
Dot
Burkina
four.
Faso?
Purposes of
Chad?
the section.
Hazardous
The
duty
term
areas?
Qualified hazardous duty area means 1. The Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. If
Nice
as of
try, idiot.
December 22, 2017, any member of the armed forces of the United States is entitled to special pay under Section 310 of Title 37.
I remember how
United
scared I was to
States
do this when I
Code
first played the
relating
game.
to special pay, duty subject to hostile fire or IMI. imminent danger for services
So,
performed
this
in
is so
such
specific.
loca.
So what does this do?
High in
Extension of...
to
Are these tax
Kenya?
benefits for people in dangerous areas? Extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to additional areas. Is this like a totally different tax section? No, because we were talking about tuition a moment ago.
Mali, Burkina Faso, and Chad. As of the date of the enactment of this paragraph, any member of the armed forces of the United States is entitled to special pay under such section for services
stop.
performed in such location. Such term includes any such location only during the P. Riot such entitlement is in effect with respect to such loca.
Uh-oh.
See Conforming
Almost fell.
Amendment, Section 110266.
Look at those things crawling around out there. They're
Law
crazy looking.
115 to 97 is amended by striking subsections C.
Nice
and
try,
D.
bozos.
D. Effective date, the amendments made by. This section shall take effect on January 1st,
I got up there
2026.
easy peasy.
SEC.
Instantly too cold again. I really cannot find like a
Extension of exclusion
happy
from
medium
gross
with this air conditioning right
from
now.
student loans discharged
Okay, what
on
does this mean?
account of death or disability. A.
Student loans discharged. Oh my god, what does it mean to discharge a student loan? I always thought discharging a student loan meant forcing someone to pay it. What does it mean for a student loan to be discharged? No, discharge means you don't have to pay it. Okay. Gross income does not include any amount which, but for the subsection, which would be includable in the gross income for such taxable year by reason of the discharge. Higher Education Act, parallel benefit under Part D. So what, this is chill? If your kid dies, you don't have to pay their taxes? Alone is described. Does not apply to any discharge during any taxable year unless you have a Social Security number. I really don't quite follow because I don't know. There's no way you have to pay your kids taxes if they die? What? Uh-oh. Section 110,101 Part 2, no tax on tips. I'm sure that this will be a highly debated topic because tips are already debated themselves. Okay, so let me think about this. When a customer tips you, do you pay taxes on the tips or does your boss pay taxes on the tips? I don't. You know what? Let me understand. I'm going to Google that then. Does an employee pay tax on the tips they get for their work or does their employer? The important part is not using the A summary, it's physically getting to an actual website. Tips are taxable income right now. Okay, so tips are a part of a waiter's taxable income. No tax on tips would make those service workers make more money. I actually think this is a fire idea. I also think we should just abolish tipping. You should just pay your employees a livable wage. Everyone knows. Not everyone. Young people probably don't know because it's their first job. My first job was at a Cracker Barrel Old Country store, which is a absolutely garbage place that is exactly as bad as all the others. But I was a waiter. I made tips. I I don't know, people always talked about how people never reported their tips to avoid taxing. Here's the thing. If I remember, my hourly wage was like $4 or something, because the argument was that I could get up to the federal minimum wage of $7.25 in Ohio at the time through tips. And I do believe that when I did the math, I made about $15 an hour at that job with tips. The answer to this issue is to just pay your employees a fucking living wage. Tips aren't even worth discussing. Pay your employees a fucking living wage. Pay them a living wage and let them get tips if someone wants to give them. But do not make your employees depend on tips. It's just a business practice to extract more money out of your employees and pay them less.
Included on statements for niche to the individual pursuant to section 6041 D3, 6041 AE3, 6050W F2, 6051 A18 or reported by the taxpayer on Form 4137 or successor. B. Tips received in course of trade or BUSI. NEF.
So, something I used to do with something I used to do to fuck with things, because I mentioned how gifting is just used for corruption. I'm part of that corruption. When I was younger and I had very little money and I wanted to tip someone a lot, I would flip the receipt over and I would say, this money here is a gift from me, Spencer Payton, to such and such, the worker, and does not constitute a tip. It is instead a gift and cannot be taxed. I don't know how right I was legally about that, but a gift under a certain amount of money and a tip are different things that get taxed differently. And I thought it was a good excuse to make sure that they didn't have to get taxed for the tip that I gave them.
Pursuant to section 6041 D3, 6041 AE3, 6050W F2, 6051 A.
How's it going? I mean, for me personally, I'm doing okay. I'm enjoying just chilling and reading right now. For the entire American middle class, things are going pretty horribly, apparently. Or they will whenever this passes. I was just about to say, and make sure it's on record, this is a good policy. There is a good policy built into this document somewhere. One so far. I think there's been like 2 or 3. But it is 1,000 pages, and there's only been like 2 or 3 good policies. But finally, there's one good policy. People shouldn't have to pay taxes for being tipped. Anything that brings more money to the lower middle class is a good thing. I'm completely fine with. So, shout out this exact policy. I think it's good.
6051 A8.
But the question, once again, wraps back around to the question of however much money a person used to get taxed on tips per year, how does that stack up to the $150 billion increase in the military budget that was presented earlier, and how much that is in one way or another going to functionally cost that taxpayer? And all of the deregulation in this document to accessing healthcare when your healthcare expenses go up is not having taxes on your tips and having a $1,500 increase to your standard deduction. Are those things going to pay off what you lose in access to medical care, and what the government collectively and the entire country loses to increasing the military budget by yet another $150 billion? No, they're just moving numbers around. We are getting completely fucked either way. But mouth exhaust, I am doing all right. Trying to power through this document.
Business in the course of which the individual receives such amount as.
Uh-oh. I
Not a
broke the speech.
specified
Okay, never
service,
mind.
Trade or business as done. Find in section 199A-D2. C. Such individual is not a highly compensated employee as defined in section. For 14Q1 of any employer for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins and does. Not receive
Oh,
earned
so if
income
you
in
do make a
excess of
good
$1.
minimum wage,
Amount in effect under section
your taxes are still
414
tipped.
Q
What? It's like they
1
recognize
I
that tipping is just
for
a
such
method for
calendar
which to
year, and
extract more money out of
D,
a
such
of a
other
person's
requirements
labor
as
while
may
paying
be
them less.
established by the secretary in regulations or
That's
other
fucked.
guidance are satisfied. D.
Yes, I
Social
got the Central
Security
Hyrule one
number
unlocked.
required. 1. In general, no deduction shall be load under this section unless the taxpayer includes. On the return
Social
of
Security number.
tax for
Once
the
again, it is
taxable
tightening
year.
down, making sure that no
A,
person who
such
is
individual's
not
Social
an American
Security
citizen
number,
is able to do any of this
BR,
and benefit
as
from any of
defined
this.
in section 24 H.
Does that mean people
7
on like
and
work visas can't
B,
access
if the
this? I should
individual
learn
is
more about
married
that
with
too.
Social Security number of such individual's spouse. 2. Married individuals, rules similar to the rules of section 32 D.
Let's
shall
try this
apply to
again.
the section. E. Regulations. The secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to prevent reclassification of income
that
as
hurt.
qualified tips in
Oh dear, these guys are gonna explode me.
including regulations or other guidance to
Stop.
prevent abuse of the
Stop!
deduction allowed by this section.
I'm innocent, leave me alone.
F. Termination.
Would you
No
eat a fox in real
deduction
life?
shall
I
be
don't think I
allowed
would.
under this section for any taxable year beginning after death. December
I guess if I had to hunt, I would eat a
2028.
fox. I
B.
just wouldn't feel good
Deduction
about it.
allowed TO non-itemizer stock.
Uh-oh.
Section 63
Who's coming for me?
B is amended
Oh, he's
by
running after
striking
me.
And at the end of paragraph 3 by striking the period at the end of para. Graph
Oh no!
4 and
The big
inserting
scary
and
spider
and
thingy is
by
trying to
adding
get
the
me,
end.
but it's too stupid to know how to
Following
fucking
new
walk.
Paragraph 5. The deduction provided in
Nice
section
try, dipshit.
224. C. Omission of correct Social Security NUM. B are treated as mathematical or clerical. Error.
It's a nice shield, I like that.
6213 G2 as amended by the pre.
Oh, I need to go get
Seating
the good
provisions of
shield
this
as soon
act
as possible.
Is amended by striking. And at the end of subparagraph
Oh, that's a lot of
B,
rupees.
by
Cool.
striking the period at the end of subparagraph W.
Wow,
and
I never
insert
noticed how cool the
and
minimap
by
in this game
inserting
was, like
after
how thoughtful it is,
subparagraph
how much it fits
W,
in.
the full,
while still
lowering
being,
new
like, pretty legible.
subparagraph. X. An omission of a correct social SECU. Righty number required under
Cool spear.
section 224
That's a W.
D re. Relating to deduction for qualified tips. Dot. D. Exclusion from qualified
See, these things
business
really only
act.
hurt you if you like run away
Dot
from them,
Section 199A C.
like
4
really hard. If
is
you freak
amended
out,
by
that's how they kill
striking
you.
And at the end of subparagraph B by striking the period. At the end of subparagraph C and inserting and
Oh no, I'm so scared.
adding
The
at the
music
end
though,
the
when I first
following
played this
new
game, that music was
subparagraph.
fucking horrifying.
D. Any amount with respect to which A. Deduction is allowable.
Alright,
to
let's
the
see, where should I head
taxpayer
next?
under Section 224 A for the taxable year. E. Extension of tip credit to beauty service. Business. Section 45.
Extension of tip credit to beauty service.
Is amended to read as fall. Lowe's.
Whoa,
One,
I
in
hate the way she
general
talks
law.
sometimes. It's so
2,
bad.
Application only to certain lines of business. In applying paragraph 1.
Alright, I'm gonna keep
there
listening,
shall
but I'm going
be taken
to
into account
be right back
only
while I
tips received
listen.
from cubs. Damaris or
Okay, no, I'll actually just pause. mic, desktop audio. Okay, cool. We are back. Looks like it's about to detail what counts as like beauty service tipping, I guess. Customers or clients in connection with the following services: barbering, hair care, aesthetics, body and spa treatment. Minimum wage in effect. Food or beverage establishment. So bars too? Interesting. By inserting "and in the case of food beverages" as an effect on 2007. 2007. Made in course. Returns for payments made in the course of a trade or business. Tips and whether tips are received in an occupation. Suspended, striking, and compensation of non-employees. The portion of the payment that has been properly designated as tips, and whether such tips are received in an occupation described in the section. Returns for payments made by services and direct sales. What? Separate accounting of any such. Third-party settlement organization. Returns, does it mean tax returns?
3. Returns relating
Okay,
to
back to
third-party
listening and doing whatever.
Clement organizations. A. Statement furnished to SEC. Read at section 6050W. A is amended by.
There's no way that thing can see me from
striking
over there.
and at the
That'd be
end of
crazy.
Paragraph 1. By
I should be able to fight one of those
striking the
soon.
period at the end of paragraph 2. And inserting
It really doesn't matter how much health I have.
It
It matters how strong my weapons are.
Paragraph 3. In the case of a third-party settlement or organization, the portion of reportable payment trans. Actions that have been properly designated by payors as tips and whether
That's
such
how you spell the
tips
word
are
payer?
received in an OC. Occupation described in section 224C1. B. Statement furnished
I don't know if I can get to the top of that.
Section 6050W F2 is amended by inserting, including a separate accounting of any such amounts that have been properly designated by
I'm gonna speed read
payors
this.
as tips and whether
Go
such
for it.
payors as tips and whether such tips are received in an occupation described in section 224C1 after reportable payment trans. Actions. 4. Returns related to wages. Section 6051A is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 16 by striking the period at the end of paragraph 17 and inserting "and" by inserting.
There was nothing important at the top of
ING
this?
after
Why did I do
paragraph
that?
17, the following new paragraph.
Okay.
Graph 18. The total amount of tips reported by the employee under section 6053A. G. Clerical amendment. The table of sections. For part 7 of subchapter B of chapter 1 is amended by redesignating the item relating to section 224 as relating to section 225 and by inserting after the item relating to section 223 the following new item. SEC 224. Qualified tips. H. Published list of occupations tradition. Ally receiving tips not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall publish a list of occupations which traditionally and customarily receive tips on or before December 31st, 2024 for purposes of section 224C1 as added by subsection A. 1. Withholding. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall modify the tables and procedures prescribed under section 3402A to take into account the deduction allowed under section 224 as added by this act. J. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 24th.
Do you know why I like Tears of Kingdom more?
SEC.
It's less lonely.
102. No tax on overtime. A. Deduction allowed. Part 7 of subchapter.
Okay, we're talking about no tax on overtime. Okay, let me understand this. Let me understand this, right? You're an hourly employee, meaning you can work overtime, and consequently you can be paid for overtime. Some increased amount. I'm not sure exactly what the standard is. I think I'm pretty used to hearing time and a half for overtime, but I don't know if there are laws determining that or if that's just what businesses have ended up on. I imagine there are laws that have made that the case, but I think it's usually time and a half. So if you work overtime at your job, you will not pay taxes on that overtime, whereas you do pay taxes on your normal 40-hour-a-week income, meaning that this policy will incentivize people to work overtime. The issue being that if we're talking about no tax on overtime, Fair Labor Standards Act, regular rate, exclusions. I understand that this has to be tax on the employee's income for working overtime. Here's what's going to happen. All the businesses and bosses are just going to restrict people's access to overtime now. Like, that's what they're going to do. Because there's going to be more competition for accessing overtime. Because it makes the employee more money than their normal 40 hours a week. So guess what? All the employers are going to do in order to avoid paying more is they're just going to fucking make it harder. One, come on, you'd have to have never worked a real day in your life to believe that any employer is gonna not any employer. It's extremely out of touch to not realize that many employers offer overtime, but they don't want to fucking pay you the overtime. That's how they work. They don't want to actually pay that to employee compensation. That's losing money that they could buy another yacht with. So, one, it seems really out of touch to touch the topic of overtime, given that most of us people who have worked these jobs know that they specifically try to not have to pay overtime in the first place. They try to limit access to it, and you know, it's the thing of saying like, oh, we offer overtime, but in reality, it's deeply disincentivized to ever use it. The same thing with unlimited time off. Like, if you use more time off than the rest of your coworkers, they're just going to fire you because you work in an at-will state, and your employment isn't guaranteed. No, fuck this. Okay, sure. Like, I like the idea of saving. I love the idea. But this idea doesn't work if you don't regulate the employers in the first place to make sure that following this policy, they don't suddenly reduce access to overtime massively. Because they totally will. I'm going to love the fucking data on that. How they instantly... Suddenly, oh, we don't have money for overtime. What? But I want to use it now. No. It needs to make us money, not you. Silly peasant. Overtime isn't for you to make money. It's so we can make money. If too many of you use overtime, we'll start losing money because we compensate you. We're not supposed to compensate you. The purpose of a job is for you to be a wage slave until you die. It's not to make money and live your life. Silly peasant. Yeah, it just seems really out of touch with like the reality of how this shit works. Okay, slide issue. This is not going the correct direction right now. And I don't even know if I can reach that. Can I? Okay, but I don't think I can reach that either. Oh, how am I supposed to do this? Oh, I'm supposed to lay it across the two and then jump. I totally forgot. Totally forgot that that's what I'm supposed to do. I'll get back to this in a sec. I don't know. It's not like I'm a fucking economist. It's not like I know exactly how this will work. You know what? Maybe I should Google who pays tax on overtime and try to figure out how that's really playing out. Nope. Okay, I cannot lift things that I am under. Oh, look. That did not work. I'm an engineer. Just wanted to reinforce that. Just so everyone knows that I'm an engineer. I build stuff in 3D. Just like this. This wonderful game. I really should be listening, but I want to get this dungeon done and then read this kind of intently to see what the specifics are. Okay. Oh no! Oh, ridiculous. I should really just lock in and do this correctly instead of doing it lazily like I am right now. Oh no, it's Legos. Oh no, my Legos. How will I ever use my Legos? Oh no! Well, at least it didn't knock my entire tower over. That would have sucked. And probably frankly frustrated me a fair bit. Hey, good stuff. Oh no, that's falling. Yep, that could have hurt too. That could have hurt pretty bad. No, not my tower. Don't knock it over. Okay, we definitely got a problem. Don't fall. No! Oh my god, I really have to move this entire stack over. No, not my stack. Okay. What? Why am I... Ah, dude. What am I doing? Okay, come here. That there needs to be about halfway. Can't be any less or any more. You know what I used to hate in these dungeons? It's all those little designs on the walls that you see. I used to hate those because I was certain that they were somehow part of the puzzles. But the design language was just exactly not subtle enough that I couldn't tell. Oh my god! How the hell do I get this right? Why is this taking me so long? I'm almost certain I used to do this and it was not this much trouble. Dumbass other block. Why am I struggling with this so much? It's been like 3 minutes. Oh, I get... What if the issue is that this isn't actually the solution? Oh my god, stop, stop, do not fall. Just let me up. Oh no. Don't fuck up, Link. Just don't fuck up. Jesus Christ. I wish I had the fuse ability. Okay, alright, back to reading. Qualified overtime compensation means overtime compensation paid to an individual required in a section 7. Okay, so overtime is regulated by the FLSA, the Fair Labor Standards Act. Excess of regular rate. Pause. Did you know that the 40-hour work week was one due in part to the fact that some anarchist threw a bomb at the police after the police kept breaking up their protests to ask for the 40-hour work week? That's how we got it. It's called May Day. It was called the Haymarket Affair. I believe. The Haymarket Affair. In 1868? Think? 86? Or is it 68? I don't remember. 1800s, late 1800s. Haymarket Affair. This whole thing happened in Chicago, Illinois. An anarchist, or a group of anarchists, were getting shut down by the police as they effectively swatted their literally peaceful protests where they just were shouting loudly. And it was like 10 p.m. or something, I think. And, oh, let's get a horse. Strange mask rumors. Yeah, that was the Haymarket Affair. Haymarket Affair, I believe is what it was called. The Haymarket Bombing, the Haymarket Riot, whatever you want to call it. Yay, horse! Yes, I do know about the stable system. Alright, I will soon register a horse. Wow, I'm getting all of the EX treasures. That is crazy all at once. Twilight Relic, holy cow. This is incredible. Oh my goodness, so many things. Chicken jockey. Yeah, I am pretty damn distractible, aren't I? What was I gonna say? The Haymarket Affair. Yeah. Bunch of labor union people. You know, there was a general strike like 4 days prior. I believe this was it happened on, I think, May 4th of 1868 or something. Or 86, can't remember. Or 84. Or 64, can't remember. Holy crap. Oh my god, all of these fucking things are going crazy. That historical event played a major role in global level trade unions and the American Federation of Trade. I don't remember what it's called. But that moment in history played a massive role in people being able to win. Go away. Oh, you're kidding me. Get bonked. I don't think random people are going to tell me shit like that. Are you going to wake up, bro? Because I defeated those enemies. I straight up... Oh, there you are. Yeah, so that period in American history is partially how we won the 40-hour work week in the first place. That this document is now referring to. Yeah, 1938, that was when it kind of became a thing. I don't remember the name of who was president at the time that did that. Okay, well, hey, at least you're alive. Glad you're not dead. Good for you. Yeah, but it was some supposed anarchists who were just probably normal union people that got really pissed at just normal union people who got really pissed at the fact that the cops kept breaking up protests rather violently and had killed people prior during the general strike. And a general strike is when masses of people all agree to not work until their labor demands or other demands are met, essentially crashing the economy and killing all the big businesses. So it's like the one right that we still have is access to is our labor. Like one of the only things we have to really withhold anymore is our labor. The fact that we, through our work, generate income for these businesses. And frankly, I think it's pretty easy to argue that to some degree, a lot of this movement towards AI bullshit is due in part to the fact that employers fucking know that. They know that their biggest fear is the fact that they can't fully control and monopolize the time and will of the people that work for them. Oh my god, am I so bad at this that I can't hit a damn... Bonk. Go away. My Bokobo. Alright, I should probably get back to reading. We're like not too far from 800, so...
2. Exclusions. Such terms shall not include A. Any qualified tip as defined in SEC. Tie in 224 C. Or B. Any amount received by an individual.
Oh, but I remember kind of what I was trying to say. Yeah, to some degree, that wonderful 40-hour work week that we are so grateful and desperate to have access to here in this country, that allows us to have overtime because there is a normal amount of time, which is the 40-hour work week. So all these people talking about like, yeah, no tax on overtime for my trades, I'm voting for Donnie, even if it results in fascism. Those people don't recognize that to some degree, the very 40-hour work week that enables them to get paid extra for overtime in the first place was, one, due in part to anarchists throwing a bomb at police officers who had kept violently harassing protesters fighting for that 40-hour work week.
Under the section for any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2028.
Oh no. It's Flower Blight Gannon. Fucking hate Flower Blight Gannon.
Graph 4, by striking the period at the end of paragraph. 5, and inserting and by adding at the end of following new paragraph. 6, the deduction provided in section 2.
Fucking hate Flower Blight Gannon. She sucks. I'm going to set all these on fire, by the way.
Is amended by striking, and at the end of paragraph 17 by striking the period. At the end of paragraph 18.
Oh, but there's a radish there. Come on, let me get it.
The following new paragraph 19.
Huh.
The total amount of
Made
qualified
it.
overtime.
Get fucked, lady.
As defined in section 225 B. D. Omission of correct Social Security NUM. B are treated as mathematical or clerical. Error.
Wait, how the hell did we get on Social Security? What? Social Security numbers required for overtime. Married individuals. Non-automizers. Total amount of qualified overtime compensation. Omission of correct Social Security number treatment as mathematical or clerical error. Withholding, Secretary Treasurer shall modify the tables and procedures. Effective dates. Okay, so that was no tax on overtime. I think it's a hypothetically pro-worker thing. I think one, the average middle-class American family is supposed to be able to live off of a 40-hour work week at a good job. These trade jobs that the Republicans love so much, which I love too. Huge advocate of trade schools. huge advocate of trades education, of the decentralization of these kinds of jobs. I fundamentally believe they're extraordinarily important. Uh-oh. But yeah. I just know this is going to be one of the biggest policies in this entire document, and it's one of the ones that definitely has a meaningful capacity to win a lot of people over in spite of Trump's outright fascism. Right, this is when I learn that... Oh, yeah, okay, so I can change arrow type. Okay, let's see if this will good from there. Ah, nope, okay. Have to throw a normal bomb. I just know that this is going to be one of the biggest, like, truly populist policies of this entire document, and I like it. I like it if it existed in tandem with regulations to prevent employers from purposely restricting access to overtime in the first place, because there is math where, like, if this many people do overtime, we make this much more money and it's worth it. But if too many people take overtime, we're not actually getting more productivity. It's actually harder to extract value out of the labor of the people that work for us. So I don't know. Enhanced deduction for seniors. Oh, I'd love to talk to some older people about this. This will be interesting. Man, this they have to make... Slow down.
And before January 1st, 2029, the dollar amount in effect under paragraph 1 shall be increased by $4,000.
That's a big jump for retirees and the elderly.
Adjusted gross income in the case of any taxpayer for any taxable year, the $4,000.
All right, yeah. This could be good for old people. Fucks over the entire middle class that you depend on so hard.
By 4% of so much.
I hate Flyer Blight
Of the
Gannon.
taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income as exceeds $75,000, $150,000 in the case.
I
of a
dislike you,
joint
lady.
return. See modified adjusted gross income for purposes
Oh
of this
my god, get
paragraph.
off. Do not teleport me back over there every time. This is a hell. Let me leave this island. You absolutely insane person. Holy crap. Flowered Blight Ganon is just terrible. Limitations based on modified AGI. The $4,000 amount in subparagraph shall be reduced, but not below zero, by 4% of so much of a taxpayer's modified income as exceeds 4% of the number above 75,000 and 150,000 in a joint return. Oh, interesting. So if you are a lower income, living off of Social Security type of elderly person, Bass, if you're like a true retiree, lower income sort of, I paid into Social Security and want my damn money person, so long as your income is low and you are middle class or lower, you will get that $4,000 deduction. But ironically, if you're one of these wealthier retirees, you actually will lose this benefit by an increasing amount depending on how much money you actually have, which is really interesting. Oh, I've actually gone too far in the other direction. I'm an idiot. Interesting. So it's kind of good for older people, but if you're actually doing well, which few older people actually get to be, then you actually lose access to some of this.
By 4% of so much of the taxpayer's modified adjusted
Well, it's not like it'll hurt them more. So I understand. This is a commission made to older people so that way they'll vote for Trump.
$150,000 in the case of a joint return. See modified adjusted gross income for purposes of this paragraph. The term modified adjusted gross income means
Modified AGI.
the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for
The way she talks sometimes
the
is so crazy to
taxable
me.
year increased by any amount X. Clued from gross income under section 911.
The interesting thing is there's already
931
so
or
many ways for elderly people to
933. D,
essentially
Social
live
Security
off
number
of.
required
I mean,
doc.
what like
I, in general
I feel like the thing that needs to be said more is Social Security, that thing that old people like so much, is socialism. When it was being invented, which I believe it might have been FDR, who was everyone called a damn socialist at the time. You know what? Let me Google this shit. When was Social Security invented? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is an FDR policy.
2, if the individual is married,
Who
the
made
social security number of
Social Security?
individual spouse. 2,
Franklin Delano
married
Roosevelt. I know
individuals
my
and
American
rules.
history. Okay, listen.
Similar
Listen.
to the rules of section 32,
At the time period,
shall
At the
apply
time
to this
period,
section.
the whole
E,
of Social
coordination
Security,
with inflation adjustment.
the whole of Social Security was being called socialism by every oligarch capitalist piece of garbage. Everyone was calling Social Security socialism. It has social in the damn name, and that's because it is a kind of socialism. It's when you socially subsidize people's quality of life using government funds raised socially and collectively. Social Security is, I'm not like the true definition of socialism, but I mean it's a social policy that you would expect a socialist state to employ. And the craziest fucking thing is how unbelievably dependent right-wing older retirees are on this socialist policy to survive. So many of these people depend desperately on that annuity income, that regular payout to survive. And it's a socialist policy. It is. I mean, that's what they called FDR. If you are a right-winger, FDR is in your nightmares. He is in your dreams, and you are terrified of that man and his legacy. In the same way that like a punk rock asshole like me fucking hates Reagan, and Reagan is in my nightmares, so too is FDR in a true Republican's nightmares. They fucking hate that guy. Well, I didn't even have to like do anything to get this horse. I just get it automatically. It's kind of funny. I'm not going to save this horse. I'm going to go get one that looks like Epona. If not, I might even try to go find Epona, which might not be in this game. I can't remember if Epona's in this game. Epona's descendant. Yeah, rant about retirees and seniors over.
Inflation Act. Adjustment subsection C4 shall not apply to any dollar amount contained in this paragraph. F.
It's like, in a
allowance to
way, I feel like
seniors who elect
seniors are used
to
by the
itemize
right as like a
in the case
form of
a
controlled
taxpayer
opposition.
who
Like,
elects to
seniors
itemize
are
deductions
weaponized.
for
They
any
vote
taxable
aggressively.
year.
They are deeply
Beginning
dependent
on
on the government
December
because of Social
31st,
Security, and as a consequence, they are highly
2024
political.
and before. 12th
And the point of
January
retirement in the
1st,
United States is to not
2029,
have to work.
there shall be
So they literally get
allowance
what is essentially a
Reduction
universal
in the
basic income in the
aggregate
form of
increase, which
retirement.
would be
Again, that's a socialist-ass
determined
policy.
under Subparagraph A. Deter. Mind after the application of subparagraphs B, D,
So I
and
just think
E with
strategically the
respect
point
to
is
such
to,
tax.
you fucking idiot.
Payer
You
for
just
such
killed your own dude.
taxable year if such taxpayer did. Not so elect to
Blue rupee.
itemize deductions for such tax. Able year. B. Omission of correct Social Security NUM. B. Are treated as mathematical or clerical. Errored Section 6213 G2 as amended by the preceding provisions of this act is amended by striking, and at the end of subparagraph X
Sure.
by striking the period at the end of subparagraph
Stupid
Y
bokoblins.
and inserting.
Stupid
and
bokoblins.
by inserting
Uh-oh.
after
Yeah, that would kill me.
subparagraph
It's always
Y
those that get
the
me in this
full,
game.
Lowing new subparagraph.
I haven't
Z,
cooked anything
an
the entire
omission of
game.
a correct
Oh, no, I did. I
social
cooked something
SEC.
for that one.
ID number required under section 63 F5D. Relating to bonus additional amount.
Whoa, that's
percent.
gonna kill me.
Ayers. Dot.
Whoa,
C,
yep.
Effective date the amendments made by.
How does this man
This
eat in
section
slow
shall
time?
apply
It's
to
incredible.
Taxable years beginning after December 9th, 31.
Thank you. Get that stupid fiery
2024.
bat off of you because you're going to get me
SEC,
killed.
110,104. No tax on car loan interest. A. In general.
Here's some very
Section
interesting policies real quick.
163H.
1 second. Yeah, adjusting it. So the next section is no tax on interest you've paid. No tax on. What does that mean? So, man, this shit doesn't make sense to me because I'm such an anti-debt person that I don't have normal debts that most Americans have. A car payment is such a psychotic thing to have to me. Only to me though. I know it's normal. I get it. People have to figure out things. I would sooner ride a bicycle everywhere than have to pay a loan for a fucking vehicle. Though I technically do have a loan on the refurbishment. On the refurbishment? Is that the right word? Oh my god, these guys have strong items. I'm gonna have to actually fight like hard. Where's my good gear? Idiots. Oh no! That hurt. I'm gonna have to start eating crap. That's not good. Oh no, I have to eat hearts. I have to eat the apples. The apples. Wow, okay. Dodging? Okay, we're in fight mode. Oh my god. Can I not perfect dodge yet? Stop hitting me! I have to eat through my freaking wares that I've saved up for so long. Whoa! Leave me be. Oh, get got! Get got! Be gone! I am unstoppable! Hell yeah. Defeated, you fools. You have no idea how Prime Link fights, alright? You have no clue. Prime Link fights like a fucking threat to the universe. Shame. Goodbye, sword. That was one of the peak items I had. Alright, let's go collect the rest of this crap. So, no tax on car loan interest. Let me understand. If you paid off car loan interest throughout the year with your income, because that's how you pay things off, that money, however much car loan interest you paid off, gets to be deducted from your taxes. It stops being
Is
taxable
amended
income.
By read. Designating paragraph 4 as paragraph 5 and
I think that's
by
peak.
insert.
Not having to pay taxes on
ING after
interest
paragraph
and death.
3. The following new paragraph.
I'm sure they won't do that
4.
for student loans for some
Special
unknown
rules
reason.
For taxable years 2024 through 2028 relating to qualified path. Sanger vehicle loan interest. A. In general. In
Passenger
case
vehicle
of
loan
taxable.
interest. Oh, these are supposed to be much easier to fight by doing that.
2024 and before January 1st, 2029 for purposes of this. Subsection the term personal interest shall not include qualified passenger vehicle loan interest. B. Qualified passenger vehicle loan interest defined. I. In general. For purposes of this paragraph, the term qualified PA. Sanger vehicle loan interest.
I'd like it to
means
stop saying
any
things so wrong.
Tierist which is paid or accrued during them. Taxable year on indebtedness incurred by the taxpayer after
For the
December
purchase of
31st, 2024. 4. The purchase of, and that is secured by a first lien on an applicable passenger vehicle. CLE for personal use.
I'd like it to stop talking like
2.
so. It's so stupid.
Exceptions to
Because
such terms shall not include any amount paid or incurred on any of the following. A loan to finance fleet sales. 2. A personal
wow,
cash
I need them to
loan
hit each other.
secured by a vehicle previously purchased.
Oh, yep, shit like that
By the
hurts.
taxpayer. a loan incurred for the purchase
Get
of
up,
a
Link, get
commercial
up!
vehicle that is not used
Everything
for
is on
personal
fire.
purposes. 4. Any lease financing.
I will not die here.
V. A loan to finance the PER.
I
Chase of a
clearly
vehicle
need
with
to
a
figure out.
salvage title. 6. A loan to finance the PER. Chase of a vehicle intended to be used for scrap or parts. C. Limitation stop.
Oh, so you can't use it for that sort of stuff.
Dollar limit. The amount of interest taken into account by a taxpayer.
Wow, is that a
Under
nice claymore?
subparagraph
Nice.
B. For any taxable.
Alright, I'm gonna
Year
cook
shall
for a
not
bit.
exceed $10,000.
That'll let me keep paying attention to
2.
reading while I cook.
Limitation based on Modi. 5. Adjusted gross income. I.
Oh, if you
in
make too much
general
money, you're not
dot the
allowed.
amount, which is otherwise allowable as a deduction under subsection A as quali. 5. Passenger vehicle loan interest. Determined without regard
Why
to
does she speak like this sometimes?
clause
It is so
and after
weird.
The application of clause
Well, she's
I
not real,
shall
so that's
be
probably one
reduced,
notable
but not
fact.
below zero by $200 for each $1,000 or a portion thereof by which the modified adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year exceeds $100,000, $200,000 in the case of A. Joint return.
Too much food.
2. Modified adjusted gross income for purposes of this clause. The term
So if you make over $100,000 a year,
gross
you're not allowed.
income
You start
means
getting a
the
reduction in
adjusted
how much you're allowed to pull off with
gross
that.
income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount.
That's perfect. That is my full health.
Excluded from gross income under SEC. Tie-in 911, 931, or 933.
I guess I'll let it
B,
cook all the way and pay
applicable
attention.
Passenger vehicle dock. The term applicable passenger vehicle means
Has at least 2 wheels.
Any
I
vehicle.
could get a.
I,
Why did that
which
create
is
such a high?
manufactured PRI,
Oh, did I use too many
merely for
fish?
use on public streets, roads,
So it
and
has to be road legal. Has to at
highways.
least 2 wheels, so it could be a
2,
motorcycle,
which has at least
sport
2
utility
wheels,
vehicle, or
and
motorcycle. Yeah.
3, which is a car minivan, van, sport utility vehicle, pickup truck, or MO, tour cycle. 2, which
MO
is an
tour cycle.
all-terrain vehicle
Very funny that you'd say it like
designed for
that.
use on land, or 3, any trailer, camper, or vehicle designed for
Really,
use
pretty
on
much
land,
anything.
which I is designed to provide 10.
Wow. Oh my
or
God, I did not
living
mean to make that item
quarters for recreational,
that powerful.
camping, or seasonal use, and 2 is a motor vehicle or is designed to be towed by or affixed to a motor vehicle. Such term shall not include any vehicle the final assembly of which did not occur within the United States.
Oh,
E,
not include
other
any vehicle where the final
definitions and
assembly didn't
special
take place here.
rules that
Interesting.
For purposes of this paragraph, I, all-terrain vehicle.
Interesting. So only American
Term
vehicles.
All-terrain vehicle means any motorized vehicle which has 3 or 4 wheels, a seat,
Or 4 wheels.
designed to be
Interesting.
straddled by the operator, and handlebars for steering control.
Huh.
2.
Specifically
final
handlebars for
assembly
steering
dock
control.
occur.
Interesting.
Poses of subparagraph D. The term.
Wait, don't I have an iron shroom or something? Or did I eat that by
Assembly
accident?
means the process by which a
Oh, I guess I'm
manufacturer
tripping.
produces a vehicle at
I'm making
or
items that are way too powerful. I
through
need to
the
stop
use
it.
of a plant,
Actually, that was pretty appropriate for once.
factory, or other place from which the vehicle is delivered, aired to a dealer or importer with all component parts necessary for the mechanical
Oh, I did have an iron shroom.
operation of the vehicle included with
Couple of those.
vehicle, whether or not the
Hit it with a
vehicle.
snail.
Parts are
That's it. That was a
permanently
waste. I
installed
canceled
in
the
or
effects.
on
Like an idiot.
the vehicle. Treatment
Let's
of
see
refined.
that.
Nancing indebtedness
Oh, I need
described
to do
in
something
some
else.
paragraph.
How about an egg? An
shall
apple and an
include
egg. That's a weird
indebtedness
omelet.
that results from refinancing.
Just an omelet.
any
Weird
debt
stuff. Okay.
necessary
Alright, so I can
in
cook an
such
Endura shroom all on its
subparagraph,
own.
And that is secured
Super worth
by
it.
a first lien on the applied cable passenger vehicle with respect to which the refinanced
Okay,
indebtedness
yeah, I
is
should
in.
probably talk more intently about this
Third,
policy. What do I think about the
only
idea
to
of
extent the
reducing
of such resulting indebtedness
your taxable
is
income
not
if it goes to paying off your
exceed
car
the
loan?
amount of such refinanced
I
indebtedness.
think that that is a very pro-car
Four,
loan insurance
related
policy
parties to
and
indebtedness.
also a
As
pro-middle class
described in
policy.
subparagraph
Absolutely.
B shall not include any indebtedness owed
It's
to
just-
a
You gotta
person
talk to
who is
yourself about,
related
like,
within the meaning of
is
section
that enough to
267
outweigh the
B
actual
or
fascism
707 B1
of like
to
a
the tax.
of the executive branch not having to
Deduction allowed
follow
whether or
court
not
orders anymore?
taxed. Payer
Is that really worth it?
itemized. Section 62
Are these three things
A
worth it? No tax
is
on tips, no
amended
tax on
by
overtime, and no tax on car debt.
after paragraph
Are these things worth it
21,
if
the
you lose
following
democracy
new
forever?
paragraph. 22
Like there's
qualified
no way you're like, yeah,
passenger
it's worth it.
vehicle loan.
Like, no, it's not.
Interest at
No, it's not,
so
bro.
much of the deduction allowed by
You know, or like, you know,
163
think about how the economy is going to crash
as
as
is attributable
migrant
to
workers
the
actually get taken out. The
Under
United States
Section
quality of life is
163
garnished on the back of the what is the word?
according
Taking
to
advantage of.
subpart
I need to
B of
Google this.
Part
It's a word I've been
3 of
trying to use a
SUP.
lot more.
Chapter A of Chapter 61 is amended by adding at the
Typical
end
passenger vehicles loan interest received and
following
trade or
new
business from
section.
individuals. Oh, interesting.
SEC 6050 AA.
What are
returns
synonyms for
relating
the
to
phrase to
applicable
take
funds.
advantage of?
Sanger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. A. in
Exploit.
general
I'm an
any
idiot.
person.
Okay.
1. Who is engaged
Yeah.
in a trade or business.
This whole
and
document is just pro-exploitation
2.
in every way.
Who, in the
Except
course of
it's
such
not pro
trade
the
or
exploitation of migrant workers
business
because it doesn't want
receives from
migrants here at
any
all.
individual
So instead, the U.S.
interest
needs to be exploiting normal
average
middle class
$600
people.
or more for
When the migrant
any
workers
calendar
go,
year on A.
Our grocery prices are going to go up like
Specified
fucking
passenger
crazy
vehicle loan
because none of the farms would be able to
shall
get
make
work.
The return described in subsection B
The U.S.
3.
middle class
Respect to each
the upper
individual
middle
from
class
whom such interest
is garnished
paid.
and
See that
supported
such
on the
time as
exploitation of migrant
Secretary
workers
may provide
to literally feed
form
labor for
and
our
manner
farms.
of returns that A
It sounds
return
like some fucking Star Wars ass
described
space
in this
politics, but yeah,
subsection
like migrant
such
workers
return.
pay work on
One
the farms
is in
that give
such
us food.
form as the secretary may prescribe, and 2.
It is once again cold in
contains
here. I keep turning
A,
the AC
name
on for
and
5 seconds at a
address of
time
the
and it gets too cold.
individual from whom the
I'm an idiot.
interest described in sub.
Yay, time to go get
Section
ore.
A2 was received. B. The amount of such interest
Her voice
received
changes in the most
for
unusual
the
ways.
calendar year. C. The amount of outstanding principal on the specified passenger vehicle loan as of the beginning of such calendar year. 1. To loan. 3. D. The date of the origination of such. E. The year.
It's putting a surprising
make,
amount of
and
restrictions
model
on this
of vehicle.
policy.
Applicable passenger vehicle.
Yeah, no, right?
secures
Like,
such loan
how
or such other
how much
description
good
of
do
such
these
vehicle
policies do
as the
if ICE is
secretary
able
may
to wrongly,
prescribe
if
and
habeas corpus is revoked,
such
and
other
ICE is able to just
information as
randomly
the
pick you up off the
SEC
street and send you to a random
clearly
country?
may prescribe.
Like, is it really worth it that you're not paying taxes on your car loan? Or that your tips don't get taxed? You don't even, like, how many of these upper middle class freaking, these old people that voted for Trump, how many of them work jobs where they rely on tips?
Subsection
Like, fuck
A
off.
shall furnish to each individual whose
And then,
name
what was the other one? No
is
tax on
required
overtime.
to be
I see that,
set
though, for more
forth
like working
in such
families where someone
return
works in a
written
trade,
statement,
preferably a union
thus
job
showing
that offers overtime and guarantees
1, the
access to it.
name, address,
But
and
is that
phone
worth it
number
if your
of
family
the
can just be
information
kidnapped
contact
by
of
the
the
government?
person required
It's
to
not worth it.
make such return, and 2. The information described in subpara. Graphs B, C,
I need to
D,
find my actual
and
water
E
bottle.
of subsection B2 with respect to such individual and such informa. Tying as is described in subsection B2F with re. Respect to such individual
Alright, what
as
shrine
the
are we in now?
secretary may pro. Deed for purposes of this subsection. The written statement required under the preceding sentence. Tenth shall be furnished on or before January 31st of the year following the calendar year for
And
which
some
the
muffins.
return, under subsection A, was required to be made. D. Definitions
Well, I'm glad I'm finally
for
getting to see this
purposes of
section
the section.
and understand
1. In general,
all
the
these
terms
promises
used
to the
in
middle class,
section,
supposedly.
which are also used in
They're just not that
paragraph
powerful
4
compared to what they could
of
be.
section 163H shall have the same meaning as when used in such paragraph. 2. Specified passenger vehicle loan doc. The term specified passenger vehicle loan means the indebtedness described in section 163H 4B with respect to any applicable passenger vehicle. E. Regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or AP, appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section include ING regulations or other guidance to prevent the duplicate reporting of information under this section. D. Conforming amendments. 1. Section 56E1B is amended by striking Section 163H4 and inserting Section
163H5.
2. The
The
table of
ways
sections
in which this
for
document gets
subpart
messed
B
up are
applied.
so funny when it's reading it
3
wrong.
of subchapter A of chapter 61 is amended by adding at the end the following new item. SEC 6050 AA returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. E. Effective date the amendments made by. This section shall apply to indebtedness incurred after December 31, 2024. SEC 110,105. Enhancement of employer provided child care credit. A. Increase of amount of qualified child care expenditures taken into account. Section 45FA1 is amended by striking 25% and inserting 40%, 50. B. Increase of maximum credit amount. Sub. Section B of Section 45F is amended to read as follows. B. Dollar limitation. 1. In general, the credit allowable under. Subsection A. For any taxable year shall not exceed $500,000, $600,000 in the case of an eligible small business. 2. Inflation adjustment in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026. The $500, $0,000, and $600,000 amounts in paragraph 1 shall be increased by an amount equal to A. Such dollar amount.
All right, one sec.
multiplied-
I got to go back through this. So interesting. Employer provided child care tax credit. What the fuck? How specific is that? How few employers actually provide child care in the first place? I gotta Google this. I'm so confused. Employer provided child care credit. Section 45F of the IRS code. Help employers offset some of the costs associated with employing their employees' child care needs. it's a tax credit for businesses that'll save them money for providing their employees with childcare. I don't know, it sounds okay. I don't think the percentage of employers that actually provide childcare is big at all. I imagine this is an exceptionally small number of businesses. If the policy isn't making childcare universal and subsidized like Medicare for all, we should have childcare for all, then I don't want it. Because it's always the better option to subsidize the damn childcare. Like, cool, I'm down with it. Not good enough, fucking at all. And in fact, in a way, it's just going to help the businesses and the childcare facilities make money, when instead, it should be about efficiently using that money to make sure that families have access to childcare so that way they can work and ever consider having kids in the first place. So many poor families don't realize how expensive childcare is. Especially actual daycare. Like just how much it is to raise a child, but also how much it costs to pay someone to watch your child just so you can go to work and have almost all of that income disappear into the ether because the childcare is so expensive that it practically isn't worth it to work. It's so terrible.
Amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4. Eligible small business. The term eligible small business means a business that meets the gross receipts test of section 448. C. Determined. A. By substituting 5 taxable year for 3 taxable year in paragraph 1 thereof, and B. By substituting 5 year for 3 year. Each place such term appears in paragraph 3A thereof. D. Credit allowed for third-party intermediaries. Section 45 F C 1A3 is amended by inserting or under a contract with an intermediate entity.
All right. The most concise take on private child care businesses. Following a capitalist logic, the purpose of a business is to generate revenue for the shareholders. That's the purpose of a corporation. It is to generate revenue for the shareholders. Okay? That is the raison d'etre of a business. It is to make money. I am never having children. I could not imagine having a child that I love dearly and more than anything and would commit war crimes for because it's my child and I love them dearly and that's human. I cannot imagine having a child, a little baby, 2, 3 years old, 4. I think maybe a lot of kids start daycare in like 3 and 4 years old, I think. I could not imagine giving my kid to some, because here's the thing, there are a lot of great childcare workers, like actual people who do the daycare attending. Those are awesome fucking workers, but they're not being compensated or trained as well as they could be if the profit motive was fucking removed. And instead the money went into making sure that these childcare providers are highly educated, highly qualified, and that the infrastructure of the childcare facilities is deeply accommodating of emergencies and risks, and it's clean, and it's safe, and it's efficacious, and it's good for the child's development. I could never trust my child. And I understand. Here's the issue. Here's why this is a problem. Private childcare businesses existing at all. Here's why it's a problem. You have to put your kid in childcare because you have to work a job to survive in the current economy. So there's this sort of exchange where like this thing is mandatory for life. Childcare is mandatory for life in your family because both parents have to work to survive. So you're forced, you're effectively forced by circumstance to pay for childcare, but you cannot trust that that childcare is focused more on your child's well-being than it is on generating profit for the business owner. That's the most evil catch-22 I've ever fucking heard of. You and everyone, a lot of people already know this in their adult life, that you have to work to afford to live, to afford to work. You have to work to afford the childcare, to afford the time that it is to work, to afford the childcare, to afford the free time that you need to work, to afford the childcare, in this endless cycle where you have to access childcare to raise your family, and you have to put your child with some private fucking corporation whose main goal is to make money. Fuck that. No. Why is society doing bad? Because you can't raise kids like that. Because families can't afford to raise their kids personally, and then when they're sending them to child care facilities, do you know how many fucking news articles there are of crazy shit happening in child care where kids are getting bones broken and they're constantly getting sick, which to some degree is healthy and normal, but and then they're just being neglected and they're coming back from daycare with trauma. Like, that's not like a... You know what? I'm going to pause and use my own logic for a second. Typically, you remember things that are the outlier. I am sure that there are good child care facilities. I am sure. But this is not the kind of thing, of all things, child care is not the kind of thing where you're like, I'm okay with it just being as it is. No, it needs to be as close to perfect as possible. Because it is child care. It's like the one thing you don't want to fuck up ever. So, oh my God. It's, yeah, I want universal free childcare or nothing. Because that's just, I only have the privilege of saying, I'd never put my kid in. I would have to. Just like everyone else in the middle class, I'd have to. But grandparents, fuck off. You can't rely. Their grandparents could be unhealthy. They could be terrible people and abusive. Like, no. A family should be able to raise their child. Fuck. Man, it's crazy. I'm so against having children, but I care so fucking deeply about other people's ability to have their children cared for. I'm a teacher. I care about children's well-being. Like,
care services before the period. At the end. E. Treatment of jointly owned or operated child care facility.
No.
Section
No, a tax credit that
45F.
saves your job
C2
money on helping you get your kid to childcare is trash in comparison to just doing federally subsidized universal free childcare for all.
Child care facility. A facility.
Oh,
Shall not
okay.
fail to be treated
One
as
sec,
a
mouth. I'm
qualified
gonna read your
child.
thing real quick. Are that actually making shareholders profits is actually not beneficial for the shareholders precisely because it causes the business to make cost-cutting measures and eventually destroys the business. Yeah, all businesses are just there to make money for a small group of people under the guise of generating profit in a certain way, but really it's there to make money for the absolutely most wealthy people, which ends up being the people on the board practically. Because it's like you see this scheme that you see with crypto, which is like a pump and dump, right? I think that's what it's called, like a pump and dump, where you're like, we're doing all this hard work to cut costs and maximize profit, and it's going to help the shareholders, and then the board cashes the fuck out, and all the people that actually own stock maybe made some money, or they're totally screwed. It's all just a cycle of hurt people hurting more people, and it's just the worst thing. Oh, it didn't make it. Oh, I'm falling. Oh man, that's what I get for not paying attention. Yeah, I don't even
Care
know.
facility of the taxpayer merely because
Yep.
such
Yep.
facility is
The CEO
jointly
does
owned
that
or
just to
operated
make
by
the
them.
highest most people make
Taxpayer
money.
and other persons. F.
It's the board of directors and it's the CEO.
Section
That ended up perfectly
45F
cashing out on all of it.
is
Oh, I made it.
amended
Cool.
by adding at the end the following new sub. Section
Dang it. I went in the wrong place.
G. Regulations and guidance. The secretary.
Man, I'm still stuck in the
shall issue such
770s. That's because
regulations
this
or
final
other
part of the
guidance
document is
as may
increasingly
be
dense.
Necessary
Increasingly
to carry out
important.
The purposes of this section include
Paid family and
ING
medical leave
guidance
credit.
to carry out the purposes of
Instead of,
paragraphs
it's so weird. It's like instead of
1A3
giving people what they
and
need for
2
well-being, they just
C
want
of subsection C dot
to do it through
G,
taxes for some reason.
effective date, the amendments made by
I guess the issue is I don't
This
understand like
section
right-wing
shall apply
logic.
to amounts paid or incurred.
I know that there's like
after
this obsessive focus on
December 17th, 31, 2025.
there's this obsessive focus on like
SEC,
taxes are bad, so
110,106
everything needs to be through tax cuts to me personally.
Extension and enhancement of paid fam. Eiley
But
and
like,
medical
how
leave credit.
is a tax cut
A, in general,
for you
section
personally
45S is
any
amended.
better than
One,
pooling your money
Subsection A.
to get better
A,
childcare?
by striking
How is that ever
paragraph
any better?
1 and insert ing.
It's not. All the history, all the other economies of scale that exist for other countries that are more socialized.
In the case of an eligible employer, the paid family. And medical leave credit is an amount equal to EI. They're of the following, as elected by such
Okay,
employer.
so
A.
I'm just going to use my context clues for once. The paid family and medical leave credit is a tax credit where the money that is given to you for paid medical leave cannot be taxed. Oh my god, I died. Oh, this sucks. How badly do I want this chest? Do I want it badly enough to like misunderstand how this works? Medical leave credit is an amount equal to either of the following: the applicable percentage of the amount of wages paid to qualifying employee with respect to any period of medical leave, or family leave, which is forced during the taxable year, the absolute low percentage of the total amount of premium paid. Okay, so it's money that you essentially lose or pay into accessing medical, dang, what is the word I'm looking for? Paid family medical leave? Yeah, medical and family leave. The amount of money that either gets paid out to you or that you paid into in order to access those things, the money cannot be taxed. So you save money on that. It doesn't count as income for a little bit.
1 and insert.
Man, how the hell do I get up to this thing?
1 in general dot for purposes.
So I lost
of
that barrel. I
section
feel like I
38.
lost it forever, which sucks.
In the case of an eligible
Tell me
employer,
why I'm not
the
smart
paid
enough to just
family.
hit the...
And medical leave credit is an
Hit the
amount
old-
equal to EI. They're of the following.
Whoa,
as
nope, I'm not good
elected
at that.
by
Okay,
such
I'm going to keep
employer.
trying this for a bit, though.
A. The applicable percentage of the amount of wages paid to qualifying employees.
It's an amount. Oh,
with
it needs to not
respect
die.
Any period in which such employees are on family and medical leave. B. If
'Kay,
such
yeah, maybe I
employer
can do
has
that.
Insurance.
Maybe I can do that.
Policy with regards to the provision of paid
Whoa, nope, okay.
family
I'm not
and
that good.
medical leave, which is
I think I can blow myself up in midair or
IMG
something,
the
though.
Taxable year, the applicable percentage of the total amount of premiums
Whoa,
paid
nope,
or
that did not work. What is above me?
incurred by such employer during such taxable
Is this metal?
year with respect to such
Oh, it was the
insurance
ball thing.
policy.
Man, I'm
And
too lazy to go get the other
B,
barrel. I'm
by
leaving it.
adding at the end the following.
Typically, they don't
3,
put
rate of payment determined with
apparel or
out
clothes in
regard
there.
to
So.
whether leave is taken. 4. Purposes of determining
Oh
the
my God, what did I
applicable
just do?
percentage. With respect
Okay.
to paragraph 1, B, the rate of pay. Meant
So the
under
method
the
is
insurance policy
to
shall
save
be
Americans
determined
money
without
by minimizing the
regard
amount they
to
pay into
whether any
taxes
qualifying
while spending
employees
$150 billion
were
more on the
family
military.
and medical leave during the taxable
What?
year. 2 in subsection.
If you were willing to just put all that damn money in the military, why couldn't
by
you just put it into
striking
families for a little bit?
credit L, load and inserting wages taken into account. 3 in subsection C by striking paragraphs 3 and 4 and inserting the following. 3 aggregation rule dot. A in general except as provided in subparagraph B all persons which are treated as a single employer under subsections B
Another other
and
shrine.
C
Yeah, they're directly
of
above me, and they're really hard to do.
414 shall be treated as a
I remember
single
these shrines, and they take forever.
employer. B exception dot. I in general dot subparagraph A shall not apply to any person who is stabbed. Licious to the satisfaction of the secretary that such person
Mid-diff.
has a substantial and legitimate business reason for failing to probe. Vita written policy described in para. Graph 1 or 2. 2.
Give me that
Substantial
broadsword.
and legitimate. business reasoned for purposes of. Clause I. The term substantial and legitime. Meet business reason shall not include the operation of a separate line of business, the rate of wages or category of jobs for employees or any similar basis, or the AP. Application of state or local laws relating to family and medical leave, but may include the grouping of employees.
So then, what do I really
under
think about this policy
employer.
functionally?
Four, treatment of benefits
Again, I think it's
mandated
actually a
or
pretty pro-middle class
paid for by
policy for once,
state
man.
Or local governments.
Like, listen,
Four,
it can't be possible that
purposes of this
every
section,
single Republican
any
is a
leave
total
which is
fucking
paid
idiot,
by a state or
such that
local
they'd fuck
government
over
or
all of their
required by
constituents and make it so they
state
never
or
get elected again. There's no
local
way they'd be
laws.
that stupid.
A,
But
except
the
as
issue is
provided
that in
subparagraph
pursuit of making these policies
B,
happen,
shall be taken into
which could
account
totally
in
just happen under
determining
Democrats,
the amount of
in
paid
pursuit of making these
family
policies
and medical
happen,
leave
they're risking
provided by
fascism.
the employer, and
The meaningful,
B, shall
substantive,
not be
defensible
taken into
rise of
account in
actual fascism.
determining the amount of the paid
Make it make
family
sense.
and
Amber.
medical leave credit under
Whoa,
subsection
got it.
A
Salt.
4 in subsection D.
Listen, I don't think or randomly
A
has salt
in
in it typically.
paragraph
Calcite.
1, by
I think
inserting
it's
or
no, it's not
at
calcite. It's halite.
the election
That's the name of the
employer
mineral that is salt.
for not less than
Oh
6
no, I
months
should have gotten that or two.
after 1 year or more, and B
I
in
get it, I get
paragraph
it. There's
2,
another shrine just up ahead.
required
Good
by
golly.
state or
Leave me alone.
1 by inserting as determined on an annualized basis, pro rata for part-time
I think it's very important that I say explicitly that on paper, several of these policies will reduce the taxes of middle class families.
And
The question stands, and this would be asked of Democrats, just as I'm asking of it of the right right now. To what degree do these policies meaningfully work better than other policies?
By striking subsection I.
If instead of saving people money on specifically federal taxes, what if you were to use their money differently, and instead of putting it into $150 billion of military and war and murder and death and violence, because people need to just call that shit what it is, that's just state mandated violence.
Flowing. No deduction shall be allowed for that poor. Tine of the premiums paid or incurred for the tax.
Jump link. You did it.
Fiscal year which is equal to that portion of the
Don't get
paid.
pushed. Okay. Link, you can do
Family
it.
and medical leave
Okay.
credit which is determined
Okay.
for the taxable year under section
Um,
45
yeah.
S A1
Are these
B
policies
C
good enough
breach
to
doc
validate spending
SBA
billions of
and
dollars,
resource
hundreds of
partners
billions of dollars, to
District
fund
Office
the
of the
military-industrial
Small
complex
Business
harder,
Administration
when you could just be
and
saving
each
Americans money?
resource
Are you
partner
really
of the Small
dedicated
Business
to an
Act.
improvement here?
Administration, including small business
Bonk.
development. Centers
Bonk.
described in Section 21 of the Small Boosie.
Bonk.
NES Act. 15 U.S.C.
Bonk.
648.
Ah, I missed it.
Women's business centers. Described in Section 29 of such act. 15 U.S.C.
Oh, one more. I forgot every time.
656. Each chapter of the Service Corps of Retired Execu. TIVs described in Section
Executives.
B1
Executives.
of such act. 15 USC 637
I'm once
B1
again too hot. I really need to
B
figure out
and
like a
Veteran
good,
Business out.
medium in
Reach
here for
centers
temperature.
described in
I'm not
Section
finding it.
32 of such
Clearly
act.
struggling.
15 USC 657B shall conduct outreach to relevant parties regarding the paid family and medical leave. Credit under Section 45S of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, including through
Medical leave.
A. Targeted communications, education,
Credit.
training, and
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and
technical
verify what this credit is
assistance,
exactly for.
and B. The development of a written paid fam. ILE leave policy as described in paragraphs 1 and 2 of Section 45S C of the Internal Rev. A NUET Code of 1986. 2. Internal Revenue Service, the SEC, Readery of the Treasury, or the Secretary's delegate, shall perform targeted outreach to employers and other relevant entities regarding the availability and requirements.
So the
of
point is to
paid
encourage
family and
private
medical
businesses
leave.
to
Credit under
provide
Section
childcare. I'm sorry,
45S of the Internal Revenue
medical leave
Code of
and
1986,
family and medical leave.
including providing relevant informa. Tie-in as part of Internal Revenue Service Communica. Tie-ins that are regularly issued to entities that lead payroll services, tax professionals, and small businesses. D. Effective date, the amendments made by. This section
I've
shall
got a bug for
apply
you.
to taxable years beginning after
You don't want a bladed rhino beetle?
December 24th, 31,
Yeah,
2025.
arrows are chill. Take them all babies.
SEC 110,107. Enhancement of adoption credit. A. In general,
W.
Section 23A is amended by.
Well, next time I see you, you better take this beetle I
ING
found.
At the end, the following new paragraph. 4. Portion of credit refundable.
Yeah, I
not
definitely need a
so.
horse for this part of the game.
Much
It really
of the
kind of
credit
encourages
allowed
you to
under
play with the
paragraph
horse mechanic at this
1
point.
as does not exceed $5,000.
Adoption
shall be
credit.
treated-
Tax Cobbs Act of 2017. Employers providing paid family and medical leave that meet certain requirements can take advantage of a general business tax credit. So once again, it's same thing with the child care credit. It's always money to businesses in these cases, not to the actual middle class people. It's incentivizing businesses and putting money into their pockets instead of putting it into the pockets of actual Americans. Like, sure, it might save those Americans money. But there's no guarantee that businesses are actually going to take advantage of this, even if they have an outreach system or whatever the fuck they're talking about. Oh, I just lost all those horses, damn it, that sucks. Well, as long as I'm behind them next time, maybe they won't bother me. Nope. Oh, do not face me, you bozo. I'm sure y'all don't like noble goblins anyway. The horses, they get spooked too easily. Great job. Boomerang, what the heck? You're supposed to come back, Boomerang, and you didn't. It's unbelievable. I like that black and white one. That's pretty cool. Do not look at me, horse. You fucking bozo. What is this AI? Alright, Link, let's get it. Whoa, how do I... Oh, I instantly have enough to get this horse? No discussion? I just instantly get it? You kidding me? What? Well, I need a better horse than that then, frankly. But whatever, I'll just be happy with this horse for now. Looks close enough to Epona, but it's not Epona. Come on, horse, like me more. Alright. Nope, nope. Let's go over here. Oh yeah, because I know I'm naked. You can register with us here. Stay for a rest. Register the horse. Yes. Yep. Oh no. Oh no, how do I do this? Wait a minute. What's the method? If I don't have the right thingy. It's Chris Spencer. You're looking for stuff, and this is great. Just want to show you that. Show you stuff that I believe more attention. Cool, yeah. Oh, I can just type it in. Zebra. Random name. Oh my god, I can't type. Calling this horse a zebra for completely random and nonsense reason. George, well, I've already just chosen zebra. It's because I accidentally clicked the letter Z. And I was just like, oh, I'll just call this horse zebra. That's a type of horse, kind of. Okay, yes, thank you for teaching me how to whistle. I need to go back to reading. Okay, adoption credit. So then the ultimate discussion, the one that no one wants to have, is the American right truly pro-life? Will they meaningfully and substantially, what? I hope that the credit is just, boom, $10,000 because you chose to adopt a child. Thank you, goodbye. Like, that better be what the credit is. With how important adoption is. Fucking better be. Wait, aren't I just... Yeah, I don't really need that. It's not that valuable. Logs of wood. This will be hugely useful later, I assume. And I probably have some valuable stuff to cook, which I should cook real quick. I'm going to do that, a little bit of this. Maybe some more food for later. Okay, I'm going to read, and then I'm going to pay very direct attention to this specific policy in general. Okay, alright, horse, I'm going to have you auto-navigate me to Kakariko Village, frankly. And see if I can make that happen. Go on, horse, like me. Alright, horse, auto-navigate while I read this section by hand. Portion of credit refundable. So much of the credit allowed under paragraph 1 as to not exceed 5,000 shall be treated as a credit allowed under subpart C and not as a credit allowed under this subpart. Adjustment for inflation. Taxable year beginning in December. Each dollar amount. Oh no, I'm gonna miss this. I can explore Kakariko's trail later. Oh, but I like getting those items over there. Come on, horse, chill out. Okay. Refundable portion of credit from carry forward. Okay, it's just a credit made by the section. It's just a credit for adopting. I wish there were more specifics. It's not really saying what it's going to do other than set the amount to 5,000, I believe. Much of the credit allowed in the paragraph does not exceed 5,000. So it's treated as a credit allowed under subpart C. I was just making sure that depending on how much of the credit you get, it gets to be treated a certain way. I'm not... Who invented this credit? Was this a Trump policy or not? When did the adoption tax credit for federal U.S. tax code get made? Let's see. Oh, this is old as fuck. That's an old tax code that's existed for a long time. Oh, and the question is what presidency made it? Let me look that up. If 1996, I mean, I'm pretty sure Bush was president, right? Am I stupid? Time to figure it out. Who was president in 1996? Was that Clinton? No way. Tax credit history. $1997, the credit was up to a maximum of $5,000 for qualifying families. has been expanded in subsequent years. It looks like the amount hasn't really been expanded here. The Small Business and Job Protection Act of 1997. What president made the Small Business and Job Protection Act of 1996? Acts like these are federal, so it was a Congress and a House. This is a Clinton policy. I thought they fucking hate the Clintons. You're enhancing a Clinton policy? I thought you hate those motherfuckers. Was the Small Business and Job Protection Act of 1996 a Democrat or Republican bill? It's a House, so what matters is who sponsors it. No, it was sponsored by a Republican. I kind of thought so, with them liking it so much. However, it was signed into law by a Democrat. It was a bipartisan effort, so this is a bipartisan bill. So there isn't really much commentary on this then. It's a adoption credit that had bipartisan support. Yeah. The tax code changed dramatically in Trump's change in 2018, but it was preserved. So this is fundamentally just a tax credit that has not been touched. That's it. It's just not been taken away. Great. We have to celebrate them not taking things away. Recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has special needs for purposes of the adoption credit. What? Or Indian tribal government after a state. Oh, it's just including Indian tribal governments, but the adoption credit is given if your child has special needs? Or is it more if your child does? I don't know. 110,109 tax credit for contributions to individuals to scholarship granting organizations. Scholarship granting organizations, like universities and people that give out scholarships? No. Yeah, a scholarship is a scholarship. It's essentially a grant. Whoa. Whoa. Qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. They're, oh my God, they're going to make it so. Oh my God, if you donate to charter school scholarship programs, you get to pay less in taxes. Oh no, this is going to be such a fucking hack for billionaires and millionaires. Because they already want private education. They already want... Oh, this is so fucking bad. This one sucks. Well, okay, you know, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read the whole thing, and then I'm going to react. Whole thing. Go for it.
A. Allowance of credit. In the case of an individual, there shall be allowed as a credit against the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year in amount equal to the aggregate amount of
Horse, where you at?
qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. B. Limitations. 1. In general, the credit allowed under subsection A to any taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed an amount equal to the greater of A,
10% of your
adjusted
income?
person, come of
Tax
taxpayer
write-off?
for the taxable year.
So if you're a billionaire and you just throw...
$5,000.
You just throw 10% of your income to donate to fucking charter school scholarships.
For any taxable year shall not exceed the amount of the vol. UME cap allocated by the secretary.
You want
to such
peppers, horse?
taxpayer
Or do you just like
under
apples?
subsection G,
You like apples and
with
carrots, don't you?
respect to
Hestu!
qualified
Let's go.
contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable
Okay. I'm totally losing it. Let's see. 10% of the adjusted annual income of the taxpayer for the growth year, or $5,000. So it depends on how poor or wealthy you are. So you just get to write off 10% of your income by throwing it to your charter school private education buddies? Credit on a subsection to any taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed the amount of volume cap allocated by the Secretary such that taxpayer under the allocation with respect to qualified contributions. So there are some limits based on state credit. The amount allowed as a credit under subsection for taxable year shall be reduced by an amount allowable as a credit on any state tax return for qualified contributions made by the taxpayer. Okay, so that's conserving state funding. No. Something here's missing. An individual, there shall be allowed as a credit against the tax imposed by the charter for the taxable year an amount equal to the aggregate amounts of qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. So qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. Eligible student, a member of a household with an income which is not greater than 300% of the area median gross income, is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school. Oh, so these are the programs, these are the things that you have to donate to. So it has to be a charter school that serves a child that is not truly rich. Can't be 300% of the median income. So let me figure out what the median income for Colorado is. What's the median household income for Colorado? Jesus Christ. So, yeah, as long as they're willing to give scholarships to kids whose families make less than $300,000 a year, it's still legit. That's still a pretty fucking rich family at that point. Is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school. Oh, so it has to be an individual who... It has to be someone who already could go to public school. So is that inferring that it has to specifically... Holy shit, they've added a section to make absolutely certain that it only takes money from public schools. So for some reason, you can't donate to a charter that isn't targeting already public school children. Which I don't even know why they need to clarify that, because damn near every damn kid in the fucking planet can go to public school. I don't know, education UK, but I suppose Trump will do all he can to stop you from doing that, except for Western billionaires. Through generous donations. Yes. Generous donations is crazy. It's so weird that they're clarifying that you can only get this tax credit by donating to essentially a private/charter scholarship foundation that targets kids that are eligible to be in public school. So it's almost like they're saying we specifically want to defund public education and have you get incentivized to donate money to organizations that target the stripping of public funds from schools by targeting moving children from public schools to private institutions. Yep. So it's just a charitable donation in the form of cash or marketable securities. Qualified elementary or secondary school expense means the following expenses in connection with enrollment at or attendance or schools enrolled in attending an elementary, secondary, public, private, or religious school. You're getting a tax credit for supporting a religious school. What? For tuition at the private or religious school, curriculum. Now, I get books and materials if you're a public school student. I think that's cool. I like that. Instruction. Yeah, so it has to be a school that has actual licensed teachers, which almost all private and charter schools are getting on that now. Yes, Mouth, I did read that. I know that that's you now. So you can delete that whenever you want. I could probably delete it too whenever you want, but you can delete it too. Okay, Hestu's freaking out. Alright, so essentially it has to be a charter/private school. Fees for a nationally standard norm reference achievement test, so it has to be a school. Expressed for the purpose described in the paragraph in connection with a homeschool or private school for purposes of state law. No amount paid to an elementary shall be considered a qualified elementary. Shall include expenses for the purposes described in A and B in connection with the homeschool. Even homeschool. has a current individualized IEP, nor takes into account that the student requires equitable services for a learning disability. If a student does have an IEP, the school abides by the plan's terms and provides services outlined therein. Scholarship organizations, which are described, is not a public-private foundation, which means it's a non-profit scholarship organization that supports charter and private schools. Qualified elementary eligible students, commingling of qualified contributors. Requirement in subsection D, which state law is able at the date enactment to receive contributions that are eligible for the state tax credit if contributions used by the organization. Wow, okay, you know, I like that I'm finally in a section where I understand almost all the terminology. I'm gonna go get your maracas back, bro, but I'm focusing on this. School year, application of clause. This is pretty normal. Scholarship law. Yep, double checking. This is all very normal. This is all scholarship stuff you also see in colleges. So nothing particularly unusual here. Income verification. Yep. Federal and state income tax returns, income reporting statements. So yeah, normal strictness on making sure that the money isn't going to like rich kids, I guess. Scholarship grant organization may not award scholarships to any disqualified person. A disqualified person shall be determined. Denial of double benefit. Any qualified contribution to which a credit is allowed under this section shall not be taken into account as a charitable contribution. So you can't pay back into your own kid. You can't carry the credit forward. It just has to go straight to these private organizations. Subsection 2, any taxable year following the 5th taxable year after the taxable year. Oh my god, they just said the taxable year 4 times in one sentence. The volume cap for applicable under this section shall be $5 billion for each year and 0 for calendar years thereafter. Oh, this is only going to go from 2026 to 2029. I'm so used to them just saying shit is going to be forever. 10%. The volume cap applicable under this section shall be $5 billion. Such amount shall be allocated by the Secretary as provided in paragraph 2 to taxpayers with respect to qualified... Oh, this is the amount of money of tax credit that people will have access to each year. $5 billion. $5 billion straight into organizations that will support private and charter schools and take money away from public schools by scalping their students. First come, first served. Oh, I'm so excited. I should do a video after this document just tracking who is donating what money where. I wonder if there's a way to get it publicly. Because these are nonprofits. At least they seem to have to be. Because they can't be a private business. Oh, I would love to track this data. Oh yeah, real-time information. For purposes of this section, the Secretary shall develop a system to track the amount of qualified contributions made during the calendar year for which a credit may be claimed under the section, with such information to be updated in real time. But will it be public? After a high-use calendar year, the dollar amount otherwise in effect under paragraph 1 for such calendar year shall be equal to 105% of the dollar amount. So, the more this gets used, the more money billionaires are going to be allowed to funnel into these organizations. Decrease in annual volume. So the volume can't be decreased, guaranteeing that billionaires can put these billions into these institutions to get tax credits. Wow. Organization. This entire section is so complicated, but it's like the one section I understand everything in. Credit distribution amount, 100% of the total receipts from the scholarships granting organization for such taxable year, so it has to be a nonprofit, reduced by the sum of each receipt that retained, increased by the carryover, safe harbor for reasonable administrative. So the nonprofits need to make a little bit of a profit, effectively, administrative costs, as they call them, off of the contributions that they're going to get. So it's going to make the nonprofit orgs a bunch of profit. It's going to allow the private and charter schools to scalp money effectively. This is overall very bad. That's how I describe this. Okay, you first. You die first. Whoa. Yeah, that hurt. Okay, I'm just going to beat these guys up real quick and then get to it. Whoa. Link, get out of there. Link, get out of there. Whoa. There we go. Good dodge. Does this have depth of field in this game? Oh, I finally got killed. When was the last time I've ever been killed? When was the last time I got killed in this game? When was the last time I auto-saved? I can't even remember. Oh, right there next to has to? Oh. Man, this game saves often for you to make life easy. Okay, I'm just going to lock in fully. Get wrecked. Thank you. Beating these guys up real quick takes a moment. So, verifying that these businesses can have a certain amount of money for administrative expenses, which I'm sure will not be ridiculous at all. I could never imagine a organization that makes scholarships for supporting effectively the private for-profit education industry could never imagine their administrative expenses being corrupt and inflated. I could never imagine it. Wood. I just gotta start using more of my weapons instead of freaking out about keeping them minimal. Hestu, I'm coming! Technically, this guy is my relative in this game. Like, logically speaking, I'm a reincarnation of a Kokiri, and so is he. Yes, you can have them. Oh god, what is a 529 account? Ugh. More crap to Google. I think a 529 account is like a student loan account. 529 account. US. That's why this section is going so slow. It's because I'm actually learning everything I'm learning. Tax advantage savings account designed to be used for an education expenses. So it's an education saving account. Treatment of secondary tuitions. Any reference in the section to the term qualified higher education expense shall include a reference to the following expenses in connection. It's not higher education though. It's just elementary. Elementary or secondary public, private, or religious school. Online too, huh? Yeah. Okay, so they literally just copy paste their definition of an applicable school. This section shall apply to distributions made after the day of the enactment of this act. So that's going to make it so homeschool expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses. Yeah, so it's going to help more families put their kids in a private school. By letting their 529, which is an educational expense account, which I believe is a tax advantage, so it lets you pay taxes differently. It's going to let different costs for these private schooling costs count as into those accounts. Credentialing expenses treated as qualifying higher education expenses for the purpose of accounts. Post-secondary credentialing? The fuck do you mean? Credentialing usually is secondary expenses. Tuition, fees. Testing? Continuing education? programs include on a state list prepared in this section. Alright, alright. The chorus season gone. How am I supposed to dance now? I have 6. Alright, yes please. Oh, I'm only gonna do a weapon stash. And maybe a bow stash. Why they recognize fragment reputable credentials in the occupation. Recognized post-secondary credential. The term recognized post-secondary credentials means any post-secondary employment credentials that is industry recognized. Wait, I'm so confused. Making more college teachers? Qualified post-secondary credentialing. To become a professor? Office of Licensing? Credentialing opportunities online. Directory of credentialing programs. Department of Defense. Post-secondary employment credential affords you identified with. Yep, 2 core exceeds is fine. State or federal government. So, what the costs of, like, my teaching license for my teaching license college education? Partial deductions for individuals who choose not to itemize. Certain employer payments on student loans under educational assistance programs made permanent and adjusted for inflation. Exclusion for certain employer payments of student loans under educational assistance programs made permanent and adjusted for inflation. Exclusion. Taxable year and subsection shall be increased, multiplied by the cost of living adjustment. Rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses. Alright, I'm going to start having it auto-read to me again and just try to zone in. Or zone out.
SEC 110,114.
Alright, goodbye, Hestia.
Extension of rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses for purposes of applying Section 304B of the tax. Payer Certainty and Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2020, DV. Shall E of Public Law 116 to 260, Section 301 of such act, shall be applied by substituting the date of the enactment of this section for the date
Zoomed all the
of
way to page
enactment of
806
this
because
act.
we actually understood all
Each
that word
place
for
it
word
appears.
without having to
SEC
have it read to us.
110,115.
So that's nice.
Mega accounts.
Good difference.
A in general. Subchapter F of chapter 1.
Oh, fuck.
Amended.
Oh, no. Personal casualty losses. The hell is a disaster-related personal casualty loss? No, I'm just going to look at this MAGA account section. Part 9, MAGA accounts. A MAGA account shall be exempt from taxation under this subtitle. Notwithstanding the preceding sentence, such account shall be subject to the taxes imposed by Section 511, relating to the imposition of tax on unrelated business income of charitable organizations. For the purpose of this section, in general, the term money account for growth and advancement, wow, that's really obvious. Why does this start with the lady twisted with her ankle? So Link does speak, we just don't hear him. So, a MAGA account is a money and something I have to learn. Money account. money account for growth and advancement. Means a trust created or organized in the United States for the benefit of an individual, which is designated at the time of the establishment of the trust as a MAGA account, but only if the writing governing instrument creating the trust meets the following requirements. The individual establishing the account shall provide to the trustees the social security number of such individual, except in the case of a qualified rollover contribution. No contribution will be accepted before that unless it is cash, unless the account beneficiary has not attained 18. No distribution other than distribution of qualified rollover contributions will be allowed before the date on which the account beneficiary attains age 18, or in this case, an account beneficiary which has not been attained by 25, the aggregate distribution, half of the cash equivalent value. The account beneficiary has attained age 8. The trustee is a bank? What is a MAGA account? Money and MAGA. I'm gonna have to look this up harder and have it defined to me manually. For children. It's a trust fund for a child? I wish they would just explain what these are instead of just saying it and then explaining how they're going to legislate it. I'd like them to context. It's a trust fund. This is a way to make trust funds for kids. Okay. I don't really fuck with trustafarian trust fund babies, but whatever. Equities. Does not use leverage. Minimizes fees and expenses. Meets all the other criteria. Treatment of contributions. The contribution limit for any taxable year will be $5,000. Tax-exempt sources and rollover contributions. The amount contributed to a MAGA account for purposes of paragraph shall be determined with regards to a qualified rollover contribution. Any contribution of the federal government or any state or tribal government. Cost of living adjustment, $5,000 can be increased by a certain amount depending on the change in cost of living. From a MAGA account of an applicable, of an amount allocable. Allocatable is how I would say that, but whatever. Allocable to income on the contract used for qualified expenses. Qualified expenses shall include what? In net capital gain that distributes in this section. Amounts including the gross income distribution from a MAGA account, which is not. It's just, it happens to be MAGA. I'm sure that's on purpose so that way Trump can just kind of like get his thing in, but like, qualified expenses include higher education expenses, post-secondary credentialing. So it's a child education account. I'm putting it together. Give me a sec. Higher education expenses, which include lower education. It's just calling it higher education. They have created a trust fund-based account that will allow wealthy families to allocate $5,000 a year over however fucking long they want until the child's a certain age. It'll allow them to allocate that money into a cost-advantage savings account that is somehow better than the previous example, that will allow them to pay for qualified higher education expenses or qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses. Oh, higher education can just mean high school. Post-secondary is college. Oh, also, first-time homebuyer? Obtain any business loan? Small business loans, too? These are all qualified expenses? So it's even more than that. It's just letting your kids spend money on whatever. includable in gross income under paragraph. Qualifier rollover contribution. I still don't know what rollover is. I'm not going to learn it. I do not have infinite time. Aggregate distributions and investment in contract in the case of certain rollover contributions. I'm still moving on from that. I don't understand it fully. Multiple accounts of one beneficiary. How can one beneficiary have multiple accounts? Yep, excise tax if you tax if you fail to keep it within range. Man, this entire section is crazy. Ooh, the late 700s and early 800s in this document are insane.
Investment in the contract for purposes of this section, rules similar to the rules applied to a qualified tuition program as defined in Section 529 B under. Section 72E9 shall apply for purposes of determining the investment in the contract, except that such amount shall be determined without regard to any contribution, which is described in subsection C2. K. Reports. The trustee of a MAGA account shall make such reports regarding such account to the secretary
Hi, I'm
and
Link.
to the beneficiary of the account with respect to contributions, distributions, the amount of invest meant in the contract, and such other matters as the SEC readery may require. The reports required by the sub.
Dorian's actually a former Yiga clan member. I remember the lore.
And
Best girl!
to such individuals at such time and
Favorite
such
Paya's best girl. Peak.
manner as may be required.
Best girl in the game. Rest in peace, Zelda. Paya's better.
Contributions to predominantly Unari. Related
Link.
children. The secretary shall establish a program through which contributions may be made to them. MAGA accounts of a large group of account beneficiaries. If 1. The contribution is made by any person.
Hi, Impa. Impa's like, Link, what the fuck are you doing?
501, C and X. Emped from taxation under section 501.
You dipshit, I'm almost dead.
2. Such accounts are selected on the basis of the location of the residence of the
Impa was also a baddie before the war.
beneficiaries, the
Impa was
school
pretty peak.
district in which such
And an
funding.
adult, chill.
Beneficiaries attend school
Impa was peak.
or another basis the SEC. Readery determines appropriate, and 3.
Yeah, I don't
all
remember you at all.
individuals who are account beneficiaries of such an account.
Nope, I
who
don't remember
meet the
shit.
selected
Link's like, I don't know what's going on.
criteria receive an equal portion of the contribute. B. Distribution taxed at same rate AS net.
Net capital
Capital
gains. So when you
gains,
distribute the money from the
section
account,
1A
it's treated as income
amended
and treated
by
like it's
adding
capital
that.
gain. Pretty sure
And the
capital gain is like when you buy stock and you make money on it.
12.
And it gets taxed a lot more easily than
Distributions
income,
from
if I
the
remember.
Taxed AS net capital gained for purposes of this subsection. The term net capital gain means the net capital gain determined without regard to this para. Graph increased by the amount includable in net capital gain under this paragraph by reason of SEC.
Section 530 A D2 point.
See tax on excess contribution stock. 1. In general, section 4973A is amended by striking or at the end of paragraph 5 by inserting or at the end of paragraph 6 and by inserting after paragraph 6 the following new
So you can also over-contribute, but I guess you lose the tax advantages if you over-contribute to the account. Certain contributions to mega accounts. Bro, there's been like 5 conflicts with Ganon. Now, is this legend me? No. 1,000 years ago, the timelines don't make any sense anymore. This has got to be like after Skyward Sword. Divine Beast.
A. In general, in the case of
Any taxpayer with respect.
respect to whom an eligible individual is a qualifying child, there shall be allowed a one-time credit of $1,000 with respect to each such
Oh,
eligible individual who
using
is a
some of the
qualified
federal money
child of
to
such
help people
taxpayer
furnish
shall be
their
paid
first
by
use of
the
this account.
SEC. Readery only to the MAGA account with respect to which
What do I really think about this
such
policy? I don't
eligible
know. It's
individual is the
a
account
trust fund.
beneficiary. The
most
account
normal people
established for the
probably aren't going to be able to take
secretary
advantage of this. They don't have the excess
in
money.
general, in the
Most
case
kids are
of
going to
any
college
eligible
on
individual
student
that the
loans
secretary
because their family doesn't
determines is
magically
not
have money to put away like this.
account beneficiary
So this
of
helps
any
upper middle
MAGA
class people
account as of then.
continue being upper middle class,
Qualifying date
pulling
of
up the
such
ladder.
eligible individual, the SEC. Readery shall establish an account for the benefit of such eligible individual.
I should have just
Two,
played like
qualifying date
Twilight Princess
for
or something.
purposes of
That would have been fun. But
paragraph
the issue with playing like
one,
those games
the
is I'd rather
term
like play them alone
qualifying
and just
date
enjoy them
means,
myself.
with respect to an eligible individual, the first date on which a return of tax is filed by an individual, with respect to whom such eligible individual is a qualifying child with respect to the taxable year to which such return relates. 3. Notification in the case of any eligible individual for the benefit of whom the Secretary ES establishes an account under paragraph 1, the SEC. Readery shall A. Notify any individual with respect to whom such eligible individual
The
is a
princess said,
qualifying
free the 4
child
divine
for the
beasts.
taxable year
Alright,
described
I'll go to
in
each of
part.
4 locations and do that.
Paragraph 2 of the establishment of such account, and B shall provide an opportunity to such
Alright, I'm going to speed this up.
individual to elect to decline the application of this subsection to such qualifying child. 4. Determination of default
Wow,
trust.
they're putting a
The
lot
process
of
selecting a trustee
time
of
into
the
this whole
SEC.
MAGA
Under
account
paragraph
thing.
1. The SEC. Readery shall take into account A. The
I
history
just
of
realized how
liability
many
and risk.
pages have been
Readery
dedicated to
compliance
this.
with such trustee. B. The customer service experience of such trustee. C. The costs imposed by such trustee on the account or account beneficiary. And D. To the extent practicable, the preferences of any individual.
Oh,
described in
trustee.
part.
So using like a
Draft 3A,
third-party
with
business
respect
to
such
do
eligible
the trust fund
individual.
management?
C. Eligible individual for purposes of sub. Section A. The term eligible individual means an individual 1. Who was born after December 31st, 2024, and before January 1st, 2029, and 2. Who is a United States citizen at birth.
Oh, wait. Am I tripping? An individual who's... So it has to be like a newborn that you get a MAGA account for your little baby? But also they can't be born after 2029, I guess? They have a security number, they're a citizen. Such individual is married, the social security number of such individual spouse, and the social security number of the eligible spouse. What? The individual... What? Number defined. They've done this 15 times. Term MAGA account beneficiary. The term MAGA account and account beneficiary the same meaning. Negligent claim or fraudulent claim. MAGA account contribution pilot program credit. Yeah, so if you improperly try to use the account, you'll get fined. Correct social security. Yeah, you get fined if you fuck up social security number. Oh, we're starting a new part. Investing in the health of American families and workers. My head is starting to hurt. We are at 5 hours of streaming. We are on page 826. Oh, my head hurts. I want to rest. Okay. Oh, my neck. What time is it in real life? It's almost 3. Oh, I should, like, stretch. I don't know how streamers do this, dude. Like, how do you sit still for this fucking long? Ow. Oh, my back. Alright, I think I might literally just, like, stretch to see if I can do this for a while longer. And the issue is this next section is another thing I'm going to want to read essentially by hand. Alright, 1 second. We're on page 826. How long is this section? We're on 826 right now. Oh, it's gonna go for a long time still. Alright, back to 826. The issue is my stamina's really run out. Like, I don't know if I can get into this next section and have the energy to really pay attention to it. That's been my biggest problem with these long streams recently, is like, I don't know if I have the focus. Like, I need to take a break. This stuff is so heavy and dense. Well, 8, 9, 10, 11, 300 more pages. We started on like 6 something. We're ending on like 8 something. So we did like 200 pages today. I think I'm going to call it today. I've got time in real life. So I think I'm going to call it and relax. And then come back tomorrow and try to do another 150 to 200 pages. And that could mean by Wednesday, I believe, if I know what day of the week it is. Yeah, it's Monday. That could mean by Wednesday I'm done, which means I could then take off like Thursday, and then on Friday I could maybe edit together all of these streams into a big 2.5 hour long video of agony. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to pause right before I hit part 3, investing in health of American families and workers. And I will see you later. I'm going to go ahead and end stream here. I guess I need to finish this little scene with Link and save the game, because I'll keep playing next time. I've barely made any progress in the game. It's only 5 hours, though. At some point, I'm going to run out of games. Oh, my head hurts. Yeah, I need to rest. I think 5 hours of stream is about as much as I can really probably do moving forward. I can't believe I did that 12-hour one when I played Minecraft. I think I just had a more comfortable setup. Okay. But now, what do I have to do in order to get that champion's vest thing? Oh, so after I fix it, I then get to come back to her and get my shirt. Okay, game saved. And I'm going to go ahead and end stream now. Thank you so much for watching. 2 or 3 more days of streaming and I'll be done with this horrible document.